7 o'clock in St. Louis, you're listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. It's the Healthcare Evolution 7 o'clock hour as we broadcast from the Stiefel Studios. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Doug Vaughn vacationing in the Hamptons. Little Jackie Papers on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt filtering phone calls on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. The numbers are as follows: 314-974-0101. That's how you can call in to this program. You can text in 314-399-9646 to our Air Comfort Service text inbox, and then you can talk it over with other TMA listeners in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. That's the TMA STL YouTube channel. Of course, email in, as we only have 3 emails of the day left for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling Email of the Month, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That comes your way at 9:45 on the Polos Plus dossier. Joey Vitale at 8:15. Josh Schertz is going to join us at 9 o'clock, and then that Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, along with our drops of the week. And Martin, Doug is vacationing, and so now, in perhaps one of the most important Friday Sadie Hawkins in show history, with the Cardinals winning, the Blues winning, and the Illini advancing to the Elite Eight, where they will take on a 9 seed that stands as the only roadblock between them and a trip to Indianapolis in the Final Four. You have the decision as to what is the lead. Big moment for you. Big.
Tied for first?
Yeah,
It's a lot on the table. I think the lead is probably my low Q rating, Tim.
What happened?
I'm getting on the elevator at one Cardinal way after another successful day of thousands of live shots. And this guy is so determined that he knows me. He's telling his girl that he's with. He's like his girl. He's like, yeah, that dude right there. He's famous, man. And I said, no, you might want to look up in the dictionary. I said, not really. He goes, yeah, man, you on KC95.
Oh, yeah.
And I said, no, not really. I said, a big fan, but no, not Favaz, not you, man, nothing, no. He said, oh, that's right, that's our TV, right? And I said, yeah. And he goes, Channel 5. And I said, no. He goes, come on, man, you've been on the TV, you've been on the radio. He goes, hey, he elbows his girl, goes, that's Steve Cusimano.
Steve Cusimano!
Is this Lexington Steel?
I laughed out loud. I said, did Frank and Savard have a baby? I'm like, how am I Steve Cusimano? And I just thought, what the hell am I doing? You know, like,
Frank Cusimano.
Steve Cusimano. First, I was a DJ at KC. And then he was, oh, no, you TV, man. Steve. And he was
Steve Cusimano joining.
He was so pleased with himself. He said, hey, elbows the girl. Man, that's Steve Cusimano.
Think of the athlete that Frank and Steve Savard could produce.
Wow. What sport? Because you're going football, basketball. We got to decide.
I think he'd probably be pretty tall. Put him as a big man.
Wow.
Papers, Martin is abstaining from the lead. What is the lead?
Cardinals.
Wow, you shipped it right away.
What? Yeah.
What if Missouri would have won last night?
Probably still in St. Louis, the Cardinals.
Okay.
Opening day, a win like that, obviously with the weather hold aspect of
Blues are 6 points back of a playoff spot.
Sure.
God, they pissed away so many games.
All right, maybe they were the lead.
If they had not.
You think the Blues are the lead?
No, I don't, but Martin.
You think basketball is the lead. Come on, you do, deep down.
No, I truly think the Cardinals are the lead.
I have to tell you, my read was, even if Missouri would have won last night, you would have said that.
Yeah. The lead
Cardinals
to
are the
me,
lead.
like my personal lead would have been the Hoops, both for Missouri and Illinois. But I think if we're talking St. Louis after opening day and a win like that, I think it's the Cardinals.
And recovering alcoholic's a big Illinois fan, and he says, "Pale, you piggy."
I stayed up late watching that game, so I think I earned that right.
I think the lead is that Cardinal fans stayed in the building. It was 7-1, hot as balls, and everybody stuck around. I was truly amazed that they didn't just, all right, it's 7-1. It's hot. Let's just go to the bar.
Wet.
Yeah, Sonny Gray. Yeah. He gets the start for Boston tomorrow. If we are going to go with the Cardinals, and for the record, I agree. I think the Cardinals are the lead. Yeah.
I apologize for not giving a serious answer.
Well, no, you had the Steve Cusimano experience.
Well, Tim being a veteran, once we started workshopping what a Frank Savard baby would be, Tim's like, okay, let's go. Yeah, Cardinals, that's when we got
yesterday, I don't know why. But I was really looking forward to watching the game. And I haven't felt that way on openers in recent years. I certainly haven't felt that during regular seasons in recent years, but even openers in recent years. And I don't know why that was. I just know that I was. And I literally watched from I watched from the opening coverage, which, by the way, I thought was really good. I thought it was a noticeable improvement from the caliber of the production on the broadcast. I don't know what other people's opinions are on that. You're welcome to call in or text in with it, 314-974-0101, or text in 314-399-9646. But I don't necessarily have an explanation for why. I just know that I was looking forward to it. And then to get paid off with that kind of a game puts it at another level. And so I would imagine, and my hope is, just merely as a St. Louisan, that a number of people are going, all right, maybe there is not necessarily a great baseball team, but an exciting baseball team. And I don't remember who it was. It might have been Ali Marmol. I don't know. You might know, Martin, because you were there covering it. But somebody said, and it might have been Brad Thompson or Chip Carey, I don't know. These guys on this team, with the exception of a couple, don't have guaranteed contracts. And so when they're down 7-1, they can't pack it in like perhaps some of the other teams in recent years would have, because you did have a bunch of guys who, okay, well, whatever. I've got 9 figures in the bank or 8 figures in the bank. Doesn't matter. And so when it was 7-1, after a brutal inning, they responded. They responded immediately. And that was thrilling. And I mean, the Weatherhold home run, you would have thought, how could anything be better than that? But not only did Burleson have the go-ahead home run that turned out to be the game-winning RBI, but the reaction, not just his reaction, but the reaction of the pitcher, it was like the Clayton Kershaw kind of, oh my God, it was like an immediate
He did
recoil.
have that Kershaw kind of slump.
Yeah. Oh, immediately. Like he was shot. It was a perfect culmination, because that's what led to the win after the comeback. It was incredible. And then Stanek closing it out with a Dennis Eckersley NLCS-like reaction. I mean, it was just, I can't believe I'm saying this, but it was really fun to watch, and it was a damn good 3.5-hour experience.
Everybody in the starting lineup had a hit, except Ivan Herrera, who might be the best hitter on the team.
Yeah.
Everybody else, at least one hit. And if you think about a baseball season, unless you're going to October, the one game where everybody's paying attention is opening day. People won't even remember they're playing Saturday some. I'm just saying, in general. And the franchise has been, down for a bit here. So, but everyone's, it's opening day. What the heck? I'll give it a look. And I think Heim said there's something about winning opening day. You feel like you're 20-0 or something like that. And if you lose, you sit there, you get that extra day, and you just kind of sit around.
Stewing it.
But I think at this moment where fans are, well, what are they doing? They're rebuilding. Well, okay, I guess. That's when all the eyeballs are on you. And it's sitting there at 7-1. I thought, oh, my God, maybe Tim shipped the over. Maybe I should run over the river and ship the under.
Right now.
And you have everybody locked in for a day. And you gave them something, not just a win, but a really remarkably fun game. Doesn't change the fact they're not going to win the division. Probably not a playoff team. Sorry. But you got people going, all right, yeah, I might watch some more games. It's the ultimate window to get everybody kind of pulled in for a minute. And, boy, they delivered on that.
What is your reaction? 314-399-9646. And that's the Air Comfort Service text inbox. You're also welcome to call in at 314-974-0101, Collier and Thompson phone lines. Let's take a listen to the calls, the 3 that were the signatures from yesterday. This was an 0-2 pitch. And I know it might seem like a nothing, but one of the things that I know the Cardinals really liked about Weatherhold, outside of his mere talent, but also his barrel rate, which is that some people really enjoy those conversations. Others go, oh my God, I like home runs, RBIs, and batting average. And I'm not saying one's right and one's wrong, but it's an indication that the guy was, squaring up the baseball. is that he works counts and gets on base. And he worked the count on Rasmussen in his first at bat before flying out. And then he comes up, and this is an 0-2 pitch in a scoreless game. Here is J.J. Weatherholt.
In the air center, Mullins on the run, still going back. J.J. Weatherholt homers in his debut.
Dead center.
And the Cardinals fall behind 7-1 in the sixth, and then mount the Sunday charge to tie it. It's a 7-7 game when Alec Burleson comes up.
Victor 90 feet away with 2 strikes and 2 outs. Swing and a drive. Belted right. Burley admires that one. She is long gone. Is it too early to say, holy cow? I think it is right on time. The Cardinals strike again. Tucson with 2 strikes. You excited, Cardinal Nation? This team is playing with some excitement. Wow.
Just the perfect moment with Burleson. He crushed that ball.
Yeah.
That was a no-doubter. The only way I knew that it was a no-doubter was the reaction of the pitcher.
Right.
But then you saw how far it went into the right field stands. But then the Rays load the bases against Ryan Stanek. And you're sitting there going, oh, boy, wouldn't this just be the most brutal way for it to go if they lose this thing? And then you sit there and question what the hell's going to go on in the bullpen, because there were some guys coming out there and pitching, honestly, in the 6th inning. I didn't know they were people.
You didn't know there were people like on this planet.
That's correct. But Stanek comes out there, and former Cardinal Martin Richie Palacios, known for the goggles.
Goggles, yeah, kind of the Robbie Avila of baseball.
That's correct. 2 strikes. Stanek on the mound. Here you go.
So he's gotten ahead. A ball, 2 strikes. He got him. There's your ball game. Cardinals come all the way back and beat the Rays 9-7 in an opening day 15-round heavyweight battle. Strike!
Would have been brutal, wouldn't it?
Stanek's reaction was
awesome.
Wasn't that great?
This is a hometown kid right there. Getting the closeout on opening day. It's pretty special.
And I wonder, and that's not why you give it to him, but I wondered about that moment for him, because I have no idea who's going to close games, and I don't think they necessarily do either. It's going to be game by game. Like, you might see Riley O'Brien out there, you might see Romero, but I was a little surprised it was Stanek that was out there closing it out. But he has said, not only born in St. Louis, but I think still has a fair amount of family in the area, so fun for him. You know what? You can, and I'm sure there'll be. I've not even looked at the text, but I'm sure there'll be. Oh, calm down, Cusimano. They're not going 162.
Calm down, Steve Cusimano.
Steve, calm down. I understand, but in that moment, you got to have something to be excited about. And this was a big opportunity to show that. It was just really fun, and there were a lot of people. I saw Heim inside the stadium. He had been with us at about 10. And he said, I just walked around for a while outside, and he said, it's unbelievable. And granted, it's opening day. But the last couple have been a little more muted for sure. And then when they did the introductions, I was walking into the press box.
I watched it all. What do you want to know?
So I didn't hear when the DeWitts, both bills were introduced.
Booze.
Okay. So booze.
For the chairman more so than the third.
Okay. And notable, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And if anybody wanted to try to spin it otherwise, they'd be,
Well, I was walking into the press box. I later saw Jeff Jones say that there were some boos for the DeWitts.
Jeff Jones is correct.
Then Chaim Bloom gets introduced.
Loud cheers.
And I was like, wow. I mean, he's pretty new, and I get it. You love the new guy, but some fans might be like, no, well, who is this guy? I think they seem to not only know who he is, but really excited that he's here.
I think the biggest thing there, and I think Chaim Bloom himself would tell you this, is he's not the old guy.
For sure.
Therefore, just by default, he represents that he's not that era. So I think that's what that's about. And I'm telling you, within 5 or 10 years, Bill DeWitt Jr. is going to be hailed as one of the greatest owners in St. Louis sports history, if not the best. And I have zero interest in working for the Cardinals whatsoever. So you can say whatever you want about that comment, but I'll stand by it. But in this moment, I guess it's he doesn't spend money and he hoards money because, whatever BS populist rhetoric that exists on message boards and an echo chamber goes on. The issue is he hired people and allowed people to spend money poorly, but they spent money, especially for the market size. But it's always a convenient narrative of nonsense. But either way, neither here nor there. With what transpired yesterday, it was just pleasantly surprising in the sense that it was an incredible, energetic, fun baseball game with a bunch of guys who looked like they also were having fun. This from the 314. My dad is in his 70s and stopped watching them for the past few years. He texted me yesterday, these kids are fun to watch. That is from Spanky, Martin. Spanky.
Spanky has chimed in.
Yep.
Well, I think a lot of people that were disenfranchised, and I was trying to ask Bloom this question yesterday, and I think it was awkwardly phrased, but it kind of was quoting caller Virginia, or do we call her Victoria, who were saying, like, I think some people are just not tired of the toxicity. Like, I hate the team. Oh, these guys suck. The DeWitt suck. I think a lot of people are ready to just move on from that. Like, it just gets old. Like, Mo suck. Okay, well, he's gone. They shouldn't have signed Leak. Yes, Fowler was like, all of that's true. But okay, let's move forward. Let's just see what happens moving forward instead of just belaboring all the crap that's going on. And I think a lot of people were ready for something else. I just felt like there's almost like a release yesterday. Okay, let's do something. Haim, you're here. Okay, good. Let's do it. Let's see what happens. And as far as the DeWitts, you're right. In terms of their ownership, I know there's been frustration recently. But when you're sitting there watching the pregame ceremony, hey, there's LaRussa. Woo, we love Tony. Hey, there's Big Mac. We love Big Mac. Hey, Renteria. Oh, there's Molina. That all happened on their watch. All these players you love, all these championships they're celebrating, happened on their watch. So they can't be all bad if the guys you're standing going nuts for were all brought here during their regime.
And they spent the majority of the money on building a new ballpark in downtown St. Louis and continue to invest in downtown St. Louis, which not many people are doing. And I'm not necessarily saying it's the most shrewd move. Maybe it will prove to be. But either way, I understand the deal. In 2001, I sat at Jack Buck's house for an interview on the 4th of July, which he couldn't have been kinder to do because we were supposed to do it the day before. And it was a voicemail that I wanted to save for eternity because it was Jack Buck's voice on my phone saying, Tim, I can't do it today. My Parkinson's is really bad. Can we do it tomorrow? And I'm going, it's the 4th of July. So I called him and he said, yes, let's please do it today. And I said, all right, sounds great, on the 4th of July. And in that conversation, he was making a real case for support for a new ballpark in downtown St. Louis. And he cited some of this same, I'll call it what it actually is, class envy, but it'll be called something else, but it is class envy. You know, people don't want to support these guys because they perceive them as a bunch of country day silver spoon guys. San Francisco can privately fund a ballpark because it's San Francisco. It's a world-class city. San Francisco doesn't need the Giants. St. Louis needs the Cardinals. And therefore, it would benefit St. Louis if people got on board with this ownership group. Those are Jack Buck's words. So, you know, the boos for Bill DeWitt, I understand it. I would just say it's misdirected. But either way, that is not what yesterday was about. Yesterday was about a young team coming back, and I'm not sure the 2025 or 2024 or 2023 team does that. And I think part of it is because you have a roster full of players who don't have the guarantees that the guys who were on that team before had, and they are going to be fighting because, in part, I think it's just the nature of the youthful energy and perhaps the ignorance that comes with it, and also in part because they have to fight for their own jobs. And that's what you saw yesterday, and it was super fun to watch. Here's what Ali Marmol had to say.
We promised a louder game, a relentless approach to what we do, and we're going to continue to hold ourselves to that for 162. Today's day one, but that was a heck of a lot of fun to watch. I mean, the guys did an amazing job. You go down there, you give up a 6th spot, and to just put that in together the way we did was impressive. And there was no one blinked, man. Everyone just continued to do their jobs one at a time, and that was a pretty special inning. But it speaks to what they are going to live out day in, day out. It's one thing to say it, it's another thing to show it. I'm glad we had an opportunity to show that right out the gate.
Ali Marmol. Liking what he saw. hoping that the fan base liked what they saw as well.
And Liberatore gives you 5 innings. I don't know if he wore down. It was a little hot out there, of course. Now, he did he flirted with some home runs. There was a home run that was called, overturned, which was clearly foul. And then you had Nathan Church.
What a play.
And they've said, this guy, and Brad Thompson on Monday said he's their best defensive outfielder. I think we all would have guessed Victor Scott, not knowing a lot about Nathan Church. And I think that Velasquez's decision, which still surprises me with the numbers he put up for a team that's going to need offense, I think the real reason they did it is because they want Church to play left field every day. And I don't think that was abundantly clear to most people or the fan base, how high they are on Nathan Church. Is one of the reasons they said, well, Velasquez is not going to be our starting left fielder. That's going to be Nathan Church. They're really high on him. And if you look at his stats last year, Springfield, Memphis, he started in single A last year. And then he went to Springfield and Memphis, and he hit 335, 336. Back to kind of what Weatherholt did. Everywhere he went, he just kept hitting. He's an 11th round pick 4 years ago. I have no idea what his upside is. They wanted him starting in left. That's why Velasquez didn't make the team. But I guess we got to get to know Nathan Church a little bit. Nathan, call in.
The catch, the hits, that was a whole thing. That was something to watch. But we did. I mean, when Chaim Bloom was with us yesterday, we asked him, I think, 5 questions about the Velasquez decision. And for the record, he said this off the air, but this wasn't like a reveal. He said, I love the fact that it has become a controversy because it shows how much people care. You know, you can be in other markets, and number one, they'd be talking about the NBA game or the NFL draft or the NCAA tournament more than the opener. But number two, they sure as hell wouldn't be talking about a guy who was a peripheral signing in the offseason who got sent down to AAA for a team that's projected to have, a crappy season.
That's old school Cardinal knowledge. Or
Yes.
you're really mad about a guy pinch hitting in the 8th where you're paying close attention.
That was refreshing.
And he also said, it may have been on air, off air. It doesn't matter. He goes, well, we didn't execute. Like, he's still with the team. Like, they didn't just ship him out.
Right.
He's still part of their plan.
But Bloom didn't say we really like Nathan Church. That's what I'm saying. You know, he said there were a number of reasons, but he didn't say we really like Nathan Church.
Right. And I think I was talking to some people later at the ballpark, and that was the indication I got, is that if you really want to look at that decision, it's in large part because Church is going to be the guy in left.
And he delivered 3 hits, the Willie McGee 1982 World Series catch. It was a thing of beauty.
There was some great D all the way around. Burley had a play. Weatherholt had a diving play. I mean, that's the other thing is that the small ball they've talked about, good defense, improved pitching. I think they're hanging their hat a lot on the pitching. They believe in that. Maybe the bullpen will have some holes. I don't know. But pitching and defense, and then a little bit of small ball. I love Vic Scott putting the bunt down. That was part of that 6th inning.
And stealing bases.
How about his reaction to that second bag? That was awesome.
And that Caminero for Tampa might be a DH pretty soon, maybe even Saturday. He seemed to struggle over there.
Not as bad as
it. That.
And I love the fact, put it in play, bunt it towards him.
Right.
Make him make a play. Vic Scott putting the ball down. That's kind of what you've been looking for with this team. It's great, the home runs. They're probably not going to hit a ton every game, so be able to get on base. And Vic Scott he had 3 hits.
Yeah, and defensively, too. You saw what happened with the Pirates yesterday, and O'Neal Cruz got Paul Skeens out in the first inning because he just was letting balls go everywhere.
Yeah, he misplayed 2 balls in the first inning in Queens yesterday, and Paul Skeens didn't get through the first inning because of it. So you see the impact of defense in the negative in Pittsburgh and in the positive in particular in left field for the Cardinals with Nathan Church. It is the Healthcare Evolution 7 o'clock hour here on the Morning After 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Healthcare Evolution wants you to know that if you want real answers and same-day pain relief, Healthcare Evolution has a novel concept. When you have a medical issue, get real answers and same-day pain relief from Healthcare Evolution online at healthcare-evolution.com. Let them know you are a Morning After listener, and you get 10% off during the month of March. No waiting for appointments, no waiting on answers, no insurance hassles. Healthcare Evolution will give you real answers and same-day pain relief on the spot. Get rid of those nagging injuries. I went out to Healthcare Evolution, so did Doug, so did Jackson, and you can too, and you can get in the doors super quickly. Healthcare-evolution.com. 10% discount during the month of March. It's Healthcare Evolution. Visit them at healthcare-evolution.com and see firsthand the same benefits that I have received with Healthcare Evolution. You are always welcome to participate in this program. A huge, huge day yesterday for St. Louis area sports fans. What an atmosphere at the Blues game last night. The Money Puck playoff projection has increased. It's nearly doubled. Plus, Illinois is on the precipice of the Final Four. We'll talk about that coming up. We'll have Joey Vitale with us. We'll have Josh Schertz joining us at 9 o'clock. And we have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the drops of the week. All that's coming up on the polosplus.com dossier. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. It's TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN from the Stiefel Studios. How about that, Martin? Write those lyrics. It's TMA 101 ESPN, the show broadcast from the Steeples Studios on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. More than 200 friends have already gathered in the TMA STL YouTube chat, and you can subscribe. We're at 6,740 subscribers. Can we get to 6,750 today, Jackson? I don't know.
Why not?
But with a Cardinal win, with a Blues win, and with ILL, one win away from the Final Four, why, it's a Jim Dandy of a day in St. Louis. And even better news for those of you who may have taken the over on the Cardinal win total in 2026, because I was talking it up so much on this show, which according to the numbers, 78 million people listen to this show, Martin. 78 million people listen to the show. I'm hyping up taking the over at 69.5. And I had the brick attached to me yesterday, and I drove across the river following our broadcast at Ballpark Village to throw down the brick. And I got a great text from Chairman Steve, who informed me all our hyping it of moving it over on 69.5. The number actually dropped to 68.5. And I was able to bet it at 68.5 instead of 69.5. We make markets move. We hype something up and the market moves the opposite direction. That's when you know you're a sharp.
You know, Predictionary, we went through all the leaders, the predicted leaders for the team. We didn't do wins, did we?
We did do
big
wins.
Team wins?
Oh, team wins.
Yeah, no, I'm saying like the total
Over
wins.
68.5. 68.5.
How did we not do that? I'm going to take some time off. That was my
Tim and I have vested interest in the over of 60.
Oh, you did? You bet it too?
We had 69.5 a week ago or so.
Okay. Yeah, it moved literally yesterday down a game. So my theory is some material dollars came in on the under.
Right. Yeah, that's
Doesn't make me feel good about my over.
But I've seen like accounts that like talk baseball betting and stuff. Like a lot of people were high on Cardinals over 69.5.
Right.
So maybe people are fading that.
Whatever my guy Derek Carty says, that's who I roll with. And I know you're on Bear Down, and he's on Instagram.
Shout out Bear Down. Yeah, shout out to Bear Down. Although he's kind of only for football.
Every time we bring up your tout, you talk about how much he's struggling.
He had like a 2024 late run that was biblical. So I'm always going to ride with him.
Not only do you have the Cardinal victory, which we agreed was the lead, you have the Blues winning last night in Illinois, beating Houston and really kind of controlling that thing in the second half. I mean, there wasn't a sweat there. Houston got a little something going, but Illinois was able to respond with some threes and put it away. Martin, what's next? I mean, you can make a case. You can make a case. What are you going with? This is why Doug Sadie Hawkins, man, it puts a man to the test, and now he's vacationing in upstate New York.
I think you got to go ILO. I think you do. The Blues winning is great.
Boy.
Hofer's been great.
636 text in.
But it's one of 82. This is an Illinois team that's sniffing a Final Four.
The Blues are sniffing the playoffs.
Yeah. What are the percentages Illinois makes the Final Four versus the Blues making the playoffs? I'm sorry. We'll get to the Blues. We'll hold some rights. Very exciting. Hof Dog's been great. Illinois, Iowa. You got to be licking their chops. So they can beat Iowa now. You never know. Beat them once in Iowa City. It's right there. It's like Mizzou, Princeton. Oh, my God, we're going to the Sweet 16. Hold on. Just hold on, Sparky. But we kept saying about Illinois 2 months ago. Well, that's a Final Four team.
Yeah, that's a different
Final Four team.
And then they faded.
And then Stojakovic reappears last night. Now, Kylan Boswell, maybe make some free throws. That would help.
Yep.
I got mad that I know he handles the ball, but I was thinking, can we just put it in somebody else's hands?
Right.
He kept getting fouled. Yes. I'm like, oh. And I went back, I didn't remember the Iowa game specifically when Illinois beat him in January. See if this sounds familiar. Illinois was up like 17-18 in the second half, and Iowa made a big run. I know that's the question Brad Underwood got uptight about.
Yeah. Right.
They do have a little pattern there where they get up big, and oh boy, and I thought it was happening again last night.
I thought I think that's the biggest improvement. Why I think like this team could be destined for is because they've seen to for right now overcome that issue and like remain. If they're going to be dominant in the first 35 minutes, they remain somewhat dominant in the last 5.
That was the test last night because Houston did get a little something going. And I'm going, oh, my God. I'm sitting there watching it with my wife, and I go, oh, my God, it's going to happen again. And now it's going to happen on this stage in this moment, playing Houston in Houston with a trip to the Elite Eight on the line, and instead they responded. And now Illinois is a win away from the Final Four. Jackson, you have some wonderful post-game sound on the floor.
Yeah, here's Brad Underwood and David Mirkovich.
Coach, congratulations. It's one thing to have size. How did you weaponize it tonight?
Yeah, we were great defensively. That's a heck of a team offensively. I thought we did a really good job protecting the paint and not giving them layups. They've got 3 great guards. All the credit goes to these guys. They were phenomenal.
What about you? I mean, every one of your teams is different. How do you adjust so well based on personnel?
Well, I like
You're
to
a chameleon.
I like to win.
Yes, you do.
So I'm going to try to
You
figure
do.
out how to best utilize all these guys. We got positional size and shooting. These guys are excellent. We came here to win 2. We've only got 1. I'm proud as heck of them.
How much of you coming here was to do this? Go to the Elite Eight with this team?
I mean, this was the goal since our first practice. We dreamed about this moment, and we just gotta keep going. If we continue to play defense like that, we're in a great spot.
I was waiting for him to say, what does rub off?
He did the first time. He said, repeat.
He did, and then at some point, I think it was Tommy Ivasic, whispered in his ear, and she said, what did he say to you? And he said, secrets, can't say.
Yeah, he said secrets.
At one point, Kevin Harlan, which, by the way, you're watching ILL, big-time game, and you got Kevin Harlan on the call. It's so much fun. He mispronounced one of the names, and he goes, we got a lot of Vitches out here between Mirkovich and Ivasic.
Take me to the Balkans, please.
Oh, that was fun. Fun for ILL.
How physical a Kelvin Sampson Houston Cougars team is, especially at home, but any time is so rare. Like Houston can lose and have lost, but they so rarely get out physical. That's a huge mark of their team.
Papers, I know you were all over Arizona on the spread zone. Martin Jackson is called into the spread zone for tournament time because he went 14-2 last year with his plays against the spread, not just picking winners. Any slapdick can pick win, but you're going spread here. Now, I know it wasn't a great start last week when Stalter and I were out with our kids on spring break, but you were all over Arizona.
Yeah.
Who were you on Illinois and Houston?
I said Illinois would cover. I thought Illinois would cover, Houston would win.
That was such an odd pick, by the way.
For sure. I thought it was going to be a tight
the
game.
math was so goofy.
I know. It was like 3.5, so it was tight. It was going to be a really tight game. But that's just me flapping my gums. The pick was Illinois plus the points. So
that's correct. That is accurate.
Yeah.
But on Arizona...
Yeah, demonstrative on that one.
Just, I mean, God almighty. At a 4-game parlay yesterday, the Cardinal money line, the Cardinal raise over, and that was based on the observation of the flags just flying out to left field, which really didn't wind up playing a role in it. It was a lot of little cheap hits by the Rays in the 6th, and Burleson's, I don't believe, was wind-aided, considering it was about 30 rows deep.
Gone in 30 of 30 parks.
But with regard to the parlay, then I was also on the Nebraska-Iowa over, which was only at 131. And then I had the option to cash out on Arizona team total of 86.5 and get a healthy amount. And I go, you know what, I'll take that because I'm having a nice day.
Sure.
And it was clear within the first 5 minutes that Arizona was going over the team total of 86.5.
Yeah, Arkansas, really talented team. Too skinny, not big enough, not physical enough to hang around with the Wildcats this year.
But I did take Illinois money line.
There you go.
That was a separate wager.
There you go. Wow, big day.
Yeah, it was. A lot of activity to my Venmo. But Illinois is sitting here now looking at Iowa and going, this is what stands between us and the Final Four. And when they're right, they're up there. I don't know if you would say that they're up there with the big 3. Michigan, Arizona, and Duke.
Right.
But they can beat them. What we have seen so far in this tournament is when Arizona, when Michigan, and when Duke go, okay, we got to go, they go, and whoever their opposition has been has looked helpless. And so if Illinois can get past Iowa, that sets up a matchup with, take your pick. I mean, it could be anybody from that region.
Yeah.
With Duke.
Right. I think likely Duke.
But, of course, it's likely Duke. Yeah. We'll see. And then on the other side of the bracket, I think we would agree it's likely Michigan and Arizona, but there's no guarantee. Michigan still got to win 2, and Arizona still got to win 1.
Arizona, Michigan will be absolute cinema.
Oh.
If that's what happens in the Final Four, my God.
Papers tonight. Where will you be in front of your? It's a Friday night, but
you'll be at Tam Ave with all the ladies.
I don't know.
Likely.
See,
is
there
it
you go.
with the
I
ball
told you
game?
this guy, man.
Okay.
I got friends coming in town. It's good.
Oh, really? They're coming to town for you now.
That's right. Yeah, they're coming to town just to see me. No, it's going to be great. No, I'll be.
St. John's Duke 6:10
How
tip.
do you do?
Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, I like Duke in that one.
Laying points?
Yeah.
What are we laying?
What was it? 6.5? 4.5? Somewhere in there.
I see 6.5.
Yeah.
I'll just tell my bookie it's 6.5, 4.5 somewhere in there, and he'll mark it down.
Sure. Water tower season.
Alabama, Michigan, same time as St. John's Duke. So have multiple TVs
For the record,
going.
the Tam Avenue Capital Partners, Martin, love the Michigan team total in the same way we loved the Arizona team total.
Isn't it in the 90s for the Michigan one?
I don't really care. Kind of like the Arizona one.
Yeah.
It
Doesn't really matter.
Didn't matter. Yeah, I had the Arizona team total that I kept with the money line on the, Iowa, Nebraska over, which was only 131.5 for 2 teams that I knew were going to be firing up threes.
For sure.
That's why I thought that number was so. That was my play on the spread zone.
They're both kind of half-court teams. I guess that's why the number is kind of
Bennett Schertz. I'm telling you, that Drake team that beat Missouri is now in the Elite Eight, standing between Illinois and the Final Four.
Ton of Missouri natives on that Iowa team. A lot of guys who were doubted and then have proven to become really
and now
good.
McCollum is like
He's a winner, man. Everywhere he goes, he wins. And Fred Hoiberg's got I have the audio of it, but having 4 guys on the floor.
Brutal.
I don't get it.
That was brutal.
I don't get it.
For the record, I'm sure plenty of people weren't watching it at that time. And the way that the game's timed out, where it was 58 seconds for Purdue and Texas and 58 seconds for Iowa and Nebraska. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
For the way they are so careful about the times, to the point that you have an Illinois team taking on a Houston team, 2 central time zones, ending the game in the 11 o'clock hour. You F it up still with 2 teams playing at the same time, or 2 games at the same time, that they're right at 58 seconds with tight games down the stretch. But either way, what wound up happening in reference to that Iowa-Nebraska play is the game is tight, and Iowa's inbounding the ball from their end, and somehow Nebraska only has 4 players on the floor defending them, and Iowa just throws it down the floor, and it winds up being a dunk and a foul, and you go, oh my God, how do you do that?
I feel like that might have happened to me coaching at CYC.
Yeah.
I would hope if I'm in a Sweet 16.
And there's a guy standing at the scorer's table, just standing there, watching it all happen. It's like, what are we doing? What are we doing?
Billy, you're going in. Billy, you're going in for Bobby. No, go ahead now. How?
And they're like in the postgame talking about, like, have you ever seen, is it a ref thing? Usually the refs count. They let a guy. It's like, no, you have to. It's 5 players on the floor. What are you? Gene Hackman saying my team's on the floor?
Norman Dale,
Like,
Martin. Now here's Fred Hoiberg on what happened there with the 4 men out there that cost them 3 points.
For Rink, about 58 seconds left. They had that deep ball to Alvaro for the bucket. I think there were 4 players on the court. Can you say what happened?
I'll address that one, Myron. Put that one on me. It was a miscommunication, and I'm the head coach. Put that one on me.
The 4 men on the court on that final inbound. There's some confusion online about if that's the rules. You're supposed to have 5 guys on the court. Were the officials supposed to hold the ball before the ball was put in play?
That's a good question, Robin. I've never been in a situation like that. I know they always count to make sure there's not 6. I don't know the rule on that with 4. But, yeah, I mean, again, it was a miscommunication, and, unfortunately, it happened. But, as far as the rule, I've never been a part of anything like that, so.
I thought the second guy sounded a little like porta potty, but I thought he was making fun of him and saying that whole 4 on the court, is there a rule? But he was actually asking what's the rule by the commitment of the referee to assist you, I guess, to make sure you got your 5.
I thought they were coming out of a timeout. I thought, if my memory is correct,
they were.
Yeah. So 5 guys have to take the floor,
and there was a guy standing at the scorer's table.
Right. There's a guy standing at the scorer's. You're coming out of a timeout. Get in the game. You're supposed to go to the scorer's table before the timeout or during the timeout.
But the first answer didn't really explain it. Yeah, that's on me. I'm the head coach.
That sounded like a guy who was falling on the sword for, I gather, his player, but maybe an assistant.
There's a pretty brief answer, which didn't really explain things. Again, probably protecting the player.
Just can't happen.
Shrewsbury Seminary student wants to talk it over. No, he does not want to talk it over. I apologize. You're welcome to get involved. 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson phone lines. You can text in 314-399-9646. That's the Air Comfort Service text inbox. And then you got the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. 250 friends have gathered. Subscribe to the TMA STL YouTube channel. 6,740 subscribers. And talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Michelob Ultra, 95 calories and 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. Longtime TMA sponsor of events and our YouTube chat where listeners gather and watch the program and some create a variety of accounts so they can talk to themselves. But listen, we're not gonna kink shame if you want to talk to yourself in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. That's your kink, and we're pro-kink on this program. Cardinal opening day discussion, the first 25 minutes of the show. Illinois advancing to the Elite Eight, the next segment. The Blues with a win last night in overtime. The money puck projection now, Martin. The Blues, 7.4% to make it to the Stanley Cup playoffs. You'll hear from the Blues following the win. Coming up, Joey Vitale at 8:15. That's all coming up. In addition to Billiken head coach, friend of the show, Doug is out, so Josh Schertz is in. That's at 9 o'clock on the Polos Plus dossier. And if you're running a small or medium-sized business in St. Louis, this one is for you. Running a business is hard enough, but getting premium branded gear for your business shouldn't be, and that's why Polos Plus exists. Polos Plus is a locally owned and operated business. Corey Lawson, longtime TMA listener and supporter Andrew Hubbard, running the sales and marketing side. And Corey and his family have been serving the local community since 1995. Polos Plus offers brands like Carhartt, Travis Matthew, Nike, Under Armour, and the list goes on and on. Polos Plus offers more than just polos. They offer jackets, quarter zips, hats, beanies, you name it, they have it. What I am wearing right now, Polos Plus. PolosPlus.com. Go to PolosPlus.com and enter the promo code TMA, and you're going to get 10% off your order. If you have any questions, you want to talk to Andrew directly, you can email him at andrew@polosplus.com. That's polosplus.com, promo code TMA. The program is called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel from the Stiefel Studios. This baseball season, FanDuel's letting you choose your own reward for opening week, betting customizations that transform how you experience the game. Make your choice, and the reward will be ready to use on your next MLB bet. FanDuel is the home of home runs. So, ready to play your game? Head to FanDuel.com/local to choose your reward for MLB's opening week. Ladies and gentlemen, Jackson Burkett is here, and he's got to play.
A lot of college basketball on tonight with the Sweet 16. I like Michigan State money line because with FanDuel, if they go up 10 early, you get yourself the win right there. The money line hits. If Michigan State goes on a run, goes up 10 over UConn, you get paid.
There it is. Head to FanDuel.com/local to choose your reward for MLB's opening week. FanDuel, an official partner of the MLB. Must be 21 or older in Missouri. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Blues win last night, off today, back in action tomorrow as to take on the Maple Leafs. Pregame at 5, puck drop at 6, right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
Youngry had a big day yesterday.
Yeah, matter of fact, I might have to play some Argo later today in today's show. I really like his music.
Church had a big day yesterday. J.J. Weatherholt had a big day yesterday. Alec Burleson. Cardinal Instagram, they have him walking off the field and they ask who their player of the game is.
Shout-outs.
Which I enjoy.
Yeah, really good.
I think Burleson got the most, but you could make a case for Church.
A lot of JJ.
And, of course, J.J. Weatherholt in his debut getting the home run. What a day. What a day in St. Louis area sports with the Cardinal opening day. Also, sometimes, Martin, in the game of golf, they call it the rub of the green. And sometimes it's going to go with you and sometimes it's going to go against you. The fact that opening day was yesterday and you had the caliber of weather you had, which allowed for that festive atmosphere in downtown St. Louis and the crowd. If opening day would have been 24 hours later as we look out on St. Louis and it is freezing and rainy, that changes the dynamic. So that was a great break, in addition to the young, energetic team coming back from a 7-1 deficit to get people fired up, at the very least, on opening day. Then you have Illinois going and advancing to the Elite Eight by beating Houston in Houston. Many people at Houston in the Final Four. They won't be there, and neither will Florida. It'll be a matter of Illinois or Iowa. And now the Blues are 6 points back of a playoff spot with 11 games to play. They sit at 71 points. The Predators are in the second wild card spot. They sit at 77 points, and the Blues got it done in overtime last night against the San Jose Sharks.
10 seconds to go. Up to Holloway. To the front of the net. 5 remaining. He scores! Bring out the Zamboni. Holloway. 2-1. St. Louis over the Sharks in overtime tonight.
And with the win, the money puck playoff odds double, Martin. They're at 7.4%.
It is kind of maddening, though. You're 10-2-2 since the Olympic break. Just unbelievable parallel to last year after the Four Nations. They just pissed away so many games right at the end of the first half. Lost, 8-9?
And you had the overtime debacles to start the season.
Yeah,
they've been an overtime heater. Jim Montgomery had a wonderful big picture answer last night in his post-game comments. And I think that this will help explain it. It's also, damning toward himself for what took place earlier in the season. Here is the Blues head coach when asked why the sudden difference for this team yet again.
Why it took this long, or, why we're doing it well now. We didn't do it well in October and November. Sometimes it's just the attitude, I think we started this year thinking we were going to be good. And when it didn't happen, we stopped working. Like all of us, and I include myself and everybody in it. We got frustrated instead of finding solutions. We're finding solutions now.
There you go. How about that?
That's a good answer.
What do you think of that?
He said, including myself.
Yeah.
Remember, I told you at the golf course, a famed day, it was at Belle Reve, and they were talking about the season, and that's when Montgomery, when I said, people are high on you, and he said, well, not nationally. And I think he was kind of ticked that people were down on the team. They may have overinflated a little bit how good they were without, because I do think last year a little bit of that was just everything fell into place, and then coming off of that great run just to get in, as disappointing as it was, I think they might have been, all right, man, we're a playoff team. And these guys know in hockey you can't just show up and think you're a playoff team. They're also really healthy right now at key spots. I mean, Thomas, I know he was out last night, but over this stretch, you'd had Thomas playing at a high level. Holloway's back. I think when last year when they made the run, Holloway was on fire. Thomas was on fire. And that's been consistent during this stretch as well. So I just wonder if you're Army and Steen, how are you viewing this? Because I think at the deadline, and maybe it's the same, hey, we just got to move out some veteran guys and get some money off the books. We've always liked Holloway. We love Snuggerud. We're excited about Carbonneau coming up. I just think Thomas is a key. It feels like they're headed towards a divorce, but during this stretch, he's been a big piece of this.
He has fire in his belly. And I'm telling you, it was noticeable when he was on the show. I think he's pissed. Again, as you noted, he wasn't out there last night after the Pierre-Luc Dubois takedown with the Caps earlier this week. But that has been a huge part of it. Really, though, the goaltending is what's going on here. I mean, both Hofer and Binnington, but certainly it's been more Hofer. But Sniffin' Holes is not happy. He says, guys, I'm so sick of delusional Blues fans. We can't even tank right. And if we, by miracle, make the playoffs, we'll be out in the first round. Blues need a star badly, and picking 10th doesn't get you one. It's from Sniffin' Holes. I'm curious what Blues fans are feeling right now. Because, listen, the math is 7.4%. But I recall sitting here in February of last year following the Four Nations and in the same mindset that I was in a couple of weeks ago, which is, well, I hope they can just lose. This sucks. I don't want them to win because I want them, just like Sniffin' Holes said, to have a high draft pick. And then they go on this tear, and then you go, man, that's a shame, like you were saying, that they didn't get it going in October and November, that they had the issues that they've had in overtime before riding the ship here as of late, and then they would be a playoff team. But there's a difference between a playoff team and a Stanley Cup contender. And so I'd be curious now how Blues fans are watching games. How will you be watching tomorrow night when Craig Berube comes to town with the Leafs? I'm torn now because mathematically they have a game in hand on Nashville. They get to play them still, and they're only 6 points back.
And you get it as a fan. You can think, I wish we would lose. But if you're a player or a coach, that doesn't even enter your brain. So even if Armstrong is like, it would have been nice to have a top pick, you just go out there every night. You want to win. They're all professionals. No team is, I guess you have some ownership groups maybe in baseball that don't try to win, but no team can say with players they're going out there, they're not thinking, well, if we would just lose tonight. I get it with fans. I think there can be frustration because we've talked about it. They could really use maybe a franchise altering top 5 pick potentially. And that looks like that's going away now. So there's going to be frustration with that, but there's nothing you can do about it. The players that are on the ice are trying to win. You can't, I guess you could put Daddy Padre in that tomorrow night.
Wow, damning comment.
I mean, if you want to, if Army really wants if Army wants to take hold of this tank fully and say, okay, you guys are mucking this up. What can I do here? Papers, you're playing tomorrow night.
In goal?
Sure.
Or anywhere?
Is that
anywhere.
cool, or do you just want to watch the Final Four games?
I'd rather watch
How about you watch them while you're in net? That's fine. Army doesn't care. Give up 10.
Yeah, if they put it up on the scoreboard, I'd do it.
You'd be staring at the scoreboard, giving up goals.
I mean, if I just stood there, I'd get at least a couple saves, wouldn't I?
Yeah, maybe. Joel Hofer, by the way, month of March, 8 starts, 11 goals. I mean, that's unbelievable. It was 2 games worth for this team in the first half. They'd give up 5 and 6, no problem.
Michael wants to talk about it with you, Martin. Michael, you were on the morning after the Callier and Thompson phone lines, which, of course, are at 314-974-0101. Polos Plus dossier. Joey Vitale coming up in about 15, 20 minutes. And Josh Schertz, head coach of the Billikens, and occasional co-host, Martin. Josh Schertz with us.
I didn't realize it's at the same time with Doug being out. He's kind of a cock.
Yeah. Michael, good morning. You're on 101 ESPN with Jackson Burkett.
Hey, guys. How are you?
We're wonderful. What's going on with you?
I know you guys have head coach Josh Schertz on later. I wrote a poem for him, and I'm wondering if you could pass it along.
Is this you, Gaines?
It's Gaines. It's Gaines.
Martin, it's Michael Gaines.
I saw him tweeting, am I allowed on the show?
Yeah, I didn't know why you were asking. Of course, why wouldn't you be allowed on the show?
Have you heard some of the assets we allowed on the show?
Yeah, it's my first Twitter reply in 8 years. But it was Gaines. And plus, we text anyway.
I might have been a little banged up at Busch Stadium.
Oh, wow.
Emotional. So, yeah, I just, threw off that tweet.
Good for you.
I think my favorite Gaines video over the last few years, he's walking out of Chaffetz, and he's saying, fire Travis Ford, this program sucks. And then it says, brought to you by the Chaffetz Group. And I was like, oh, he's sponsored by the Chaffetz Group, taking down the head coach.
All right, Gaines, what's your poem?
All right, are we ready?
No.
Coach Schertz, I think you're really cool. Please stop talking to other schools.
Nice.
With you at the helm, we can be the best at basketball. When you say St. Louis, you've said it all.
Bum-bum.
Wow.
You guys think that'll work?
What we'll do is we'll replay it for him coming up when he joins us at 9 o'clock. It's probably going to lead to an emotional response, like Dick Vermeil talking about Wilbert Montgomery. But I think that might just be enough to get him to not go to whichever school you are fearful that he may go to. Is there a school that you're really worried he's going to go to, Gaines?
We don't even know. This carousel's crazy. And I just, the rumor mill, I got Trilly Donovan out there saying NC State's after him.
And I can't imagine he would go to NC State.
So I'm worried. I'm not worried about him going to UNC, but I'm worried about the other schools that would be open if UNC hires their coach.
Just for the record, in the Air Comfort Service text inbox, it's not getting the greatest reviews.
Really?
No, I will say it seemed a little understated. Was that by design?
Yeah, I don't want to come on too strong.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that's it. Leave him wanting more.
Kind of like Jackson's move at the bar. He just says to the ladies, well, what are you having today?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I was giggling at best. So you like carbonation all day yesterday.
We were trying to think
I was lying in bed laughing about it.
We were trying to think of a follow-up to what are you drinking?
Anything you want to make sure we ask Josh Schertz when he joins us at 9 o'clock, Gaines?
What did he put on his nachos at the Blues game last night?
Oh, yeah. So he went to the Cardinals game and the Blues game?
Yeah, he posted a picture.
Yeah, he did the double. He did the St. Louis double.
God bless him. How about that?
Double.
I texted him late night and I said, you going to the Arch and the AB Brewery after this? Because he's like Mr. St. Louis.
How about that? All right, wonderful poem. We'll replay it for him and we'll see if it leads to any waterworks.
Appreciate it, guys.
Thanks, Gaines.
Thank you.
There's Michael Gaines with us here calling into the program. Joey Vitale is going to be with us.
Will he have a poem
on the presentation? And you know what? Actually, I think that's
live. Yeah, it's crazy he hasn't read a poem yet.
That's absolutely live as a possibility. You can write a poem for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, which comes your way at 9:45. And here we go. Only 3 left in the month of March for the Schaefer Door Company garage door $5,000 prize, and we have a 3-way tie with Chet's neighbor, poor film student, and Shooter McGavin. Big Design Air Heating and Cooling email today at 9:45. Design Air is online at designairservice.com. Martin's a client, Doug's a client, I'm a client. Why don't you become a client as well? If you didn't have the air conditioning working yesterday, you were probably in a big world of hurt. Make sure that everything is ready to go in advance of when the weather really gets hot consistently by going to designairservice.com. It's going to be a high of 57 today and 56 tomorrow, but here we go on Monday and Tuesday, 83 and 84 degrees. That is where Design Air can help you out. DesignAirService.com, longest running sponsor on TMA and the sponsor of the email of the day. The Cardinals with a glorious comeback yesterday. The Blues with the win that moves their playoff chances up to 7.4%. And Illinois beating Houston to advance to the Elite Eight. A wonderful day in the St. Louis area for sports fans. This is the Morning After on 101 ESPN.
Yo, folks, Joe Vitale here to talk to you about that garage door again. I got great people in the business. They're going to take care of you, I promise. Give my friends at Schaefer Door Company a call. It's Schaefer with one F, SchaeferDoor.com, all their website needs. You're going to find out everything they can do to get you up and running, get that garage door tinkered, tidied up, oiled up, whatever it needs to be, springs tightened, so you can be up and out of your way. Give them a call or shoot a text. That's the best way to give them quick service, 636-782-3608. Again, a great local St. Louis company, but they will take care of anyone in the St. Louis County area. They're going to treat you like family. They're going to give you that personal touch you deserve. So any garage door, business, home, give them a shout. They'll get you all tidied up. 636-782-3608 for our good friends at Schaefer Door. Schaefer Door, the lift master builder.
It's TMA 101 ESPN and TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Doug vacationing in the Hamptons. Little Jackie Papers on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt filtering phone calls and emails today. And it is our pleasure to welcome to the program as we are in the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. Friend of the presentation and a regular appearance in the 8 o'clock hour here on 101 ESPN, Joey Vitale. Morning, Joey.
Tim's back.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, calm down.
Yeah,
Calm
that's
down.
Right. That's the right reaction.
Goober.
That's the right reaction.
Hi, Tim.
I clipped that off.
Did you were talking about our friends at Schaefer Door, and at the end of that, did you get kidnapped? Felt like you might have been attacked.
Well, no, listen, Jackson Burkett, he's a little early today. I was coming home from dropping the kiddos off there in Kirkwood, and 8:10. I'm usually an 8:15, and he's about 5 minutes early, so I had to hop out of the car. My wife had to drive home, so I'm over here at the farmers market. So they were chucking some bags of seed around. Shout out to the great folks at Kirkwood Market. That's going to be opening here soon, and so that's probably what you heard.
YOLA, okay.
Yeah,
Tim, this show is affected more by carpool than any. Jim Edmonds missed slot yesterday because he went to take a nap because carpool wiped him out.
That's right. Happens to the best of them. Joey, always good to talk it over with you. I was just asking Blues fans in the previous segment what their emotion is when they're watching the team right now, because a few weeks ago it was pretty much universal that people wanted to see a lot of fans wanted to see the team get as high of a draft pick as possible. And now, even though it still is ridiculously unlikely, and I want to emphasize that, but still they're playing as well as they are, 10-2-2 since the Olympic break, and are only 6 points back of the playoffs and have a 7.4% chance of making the playoffs. How are you watching this team right now? Are you pulling for them? Are you back to where you were pulling against them? It's a bit of a conundrum, but they're playing so well that you go, God, I don't know. Maybe somehow by a miracle they can do it again. So my question to you is, what are they doing so differently than before the Olympic break?
Yeah, Tim, I tell you what, it's a great thing to see fans start to pivot away from that idea that let's go after the number one pick. I mean, I've never liked that. You know, as a player, as a broadcaster, as a fan, I've never loved that approach. I've always found it to be setting yourself up to really just be a detriment. You know, you see the success stories, of course. You know, the Sidney Crosby's number one overall, 3 cups later. The Connor McDavid, even though he doesn't have a cup yet, the way he has just turned the franchise over. Macklin Celebrini, perfect example. you've seen the good, but there's far more bad. You know, I was a part of a Coyotes team that basically tanked and got nothing from it. You know, you're looking at the New York Rangers, who got LaFerriere and some great first-rounders. Nothing came of it. I mean, look at the Oilers before McDavid. I mean, even the Nugent Hopkins. I mean, they still haven't won a cup yet. And the New Jersey Devils, Nico Hischier, Jack Hughes. These are number one over. They're not first-rounders, and they can't even make the playoffs again. So it's like you've seen the good, and they're sprinkled in, but the bad is far greater, right? So I've never liked the approach to tank and go after that number one or go after a top 5 pick, because the downside to that is the tank, because the tank is produced by the current roster. And I think it just sets such a horrible tone in a message where the Blues now, to me, they got it going on. I mean, they're winning games. I watched the game now, Tim, between the benches. To be honest with you, and I don't say this to be kind of phony or superficial, I'm really proud of these boys. Like, I'm really proud of these young players, the way they have stepped up. I mean, Logan Mailloux, 22-year-old to start the year. I mean, he didn't know his left from his right? He was so confused, so lost. He was like a dash 100 in his first month. You know, sent down to the minors for 10 days to find his confidence. He comes on back. And this is a kid who's taken on McDavid one night, Ovechkin 3 nights ago. Last night at Celebrini. I mean, he is doing a hell of a job. You know, Theo Lindstein played his most minutes on the ice last night of any of his 8 games. He looks terrific with Colton Parayko. He looks like he belongs. You know, and then you look at Dalibor Dvorsky, who was a first-rounder. You know, last year he got a couple games, didn't really fit into the roster, didn't make the team out of camp this year. He was the first call-up, and now he's the number 1 guy going up against Celebrini. He scores a huge goal to make it 1-0, and then he was an instrumental piece that overtime. So all things considering, how am I watching this team? I'm watching it with just a sense of pride, and I think the fans are too. I mean, that was an awesome building last night. What a terrific day for St. Louis sports in general. But, you know, Curbs on the call, I just let him do his thing for the final 4 minutes of that game. It was back and forth, and overtime was the same way. It was back and forth. That was probably the most exciting 15 minutes we've seen all season long, and that's what you want. You felt the crowd just behind this team, behind these boys, behind Jim Montgomery. That's the feeling you want. I don't know if they're going to get in. It's going to be hard. Like you said, you made up a little bit of ground last night. You're 6 points back of the Predators, who lost last night. You do have a game in hand on the Predators and the Kings, who you're chasing. So that is helpful. It's a long shot, but right now this team, they're still focused on just chipping away and seeing these young guys continue to grow.
Yeah, the goal not only wins the game, but beats the clock. It was about to be a shootout. I mean, there's just seconds left in the OT. Great goal by Holloway. And outside of Hofer, of course, he's been outstanding. We rolled through some of his numbers earlier. To me, it's similar to last year in that Holloway's healthy. Thomas is, you know, fired up, agitated, whatever it is. Just like last year, he didn't get named to the Canadian team on the Four Nations. I know he's out right now, but when it was rolling last year, it feels similar with Holloway and Thomas playing at a high level.
100%. Well, I mean, that whole line, you know, with Saldo Snuggerud in there too. You know, Thomas was not healthy this year. You know, and you probably hear more about it in the offseason this year, and we've already heard kind of sprinkles of it. But to start the year, you know, Robert, he had certain, I'll just call it certain bandages and certain things over one of his legs. And you knew right away something was kind of up. And you could tell by the way he was skating. You know, there was a game in Colorado at New Year's Eve when the Blues were down like 4-0 in the first, seemed like 2 minutes of that game. And then he got dinged in that game. It was one of the tougher losses of the year for the Blues. He got dinged in the final shift, and then he didn't return. And that's when he really retweaked it. Now, why continue to play? Well, I think he continued to play. He never said this to me, but it's an Olympic year. I mean, he wanted to go for it. It was him and Nick Suzuki. To me, those were the 2 centermen that were really up in the air. And I think Robert had such a legit shot to be on Team Canada, and he wanted to go for it, so he played through injury. And it's no coincidence that during the Olympic break, after he doesn't make Team Canada, he gets his minor procedure and kind of corrects that lower body injury that it was. Ever since he did, he's been skating again. He's been vibrant again. He's been jumping. He's been excited. You just see that snappiness in his blade, the crunch of the ice every time he moves. So he's the number 1 guy, and he's healthy. So that, to me, is huge. Dylan Holloway, same thing, different injury. High ankle sprain. I would rather crack my ankle in 14 different spots than have an high ankle sprain. Because you think high ankle, I've heard that turf toe in football, people are like, what the heck's turf toe? Apparently turf toe is a big deal. And high ankle sprains are a huge deal in hockey because your stability is in your ankle. Right? It's the three hinges, ankle, knee, hip. And how do you have that flexion in all three of those joints? Those three joints are the most important joints when you're playing hockey, and then your ankle has the stability of it all. So it's one of those injuries where you need 4, 5, 6, even 8 weeks to let it fully heal. You feel like it's great. You go out there in your first shift, you retweak it, you set yourself back another 4 weeks. So with Dylan, for a guy that is so jumpy and aggressive and the way he just kind of drives offense, he didn't have his legs because of that injury. So now he's healthy, and then Jimmy Snuggerud with his wrist. So, not to make excuses, but the Blues definitely had their top guys all injured in different times this year. And now they're finally all fully healthy, outside of Robert Thomas, who missed the game last night with the upper body after getting tied up by Dubois. But those three they're fully healthy. I think they're energized. I think they understand it's the mindset, too, that this is their team now. They're not in the shadows of anyone else, and they're going out there and they're grabbing it. And that's where I go back to, Marty, the sense of pride that, you lose your captain, you lose Justin Falk. You think things are turning for the worst. And this group of young guys really has stepped up big. And, are the Blues going to put themselves in a weird spot where they just fall out of the playoff spot again this year? Maybe. That's possible, but I'm telling you the benefit far outweighs any kind of mid-round draft pick, because what you're doing is you're creating a culture. You're getting these guys so accustomed to what these games are like late. I mean, what a growth moment for Dylan Holloway last night. I mean, those are the moments you just cannot replicate, and I don't care how many times you see it on TV or you read about it or you try to talk about it in the scouting report. In-game experience is important, and this Blues team is certainly finding that.
Joey Vitale with us, brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. Here, we're getting a bunch of texts from people saying, I'm in now. This one specifically saying, I've been on the periphery of late, but I'd love to see them make a run to cause the city to start paying more attention again. Having a young team get hot down the stretch and gain some confidence is a good thing. Live in the now, man. Live in the now, man. How about that? Live in the now, man. Yeah. I mean, what do you think they have to do realistically? I realize we're just spitballing here, but mathematically, there is a, it's a 7.4% chance, which means you're talking about 93% that it isn't going to happen. Is it a case, Joey, that they got to win every single game? That gets you to 93.
I don't think so. No, I don't think you need 93. I mean, guys, typically you need 95, 96. This year, the way the West is.
Yeah, in the East, you would definitely need it. You'd be out in the East.
The East, you need 98, 99.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a juggernaut over there. The way the West has panned out this year, with the top teams being so top heavy with Colorado, Dallas, and Minnesota, I mean, they've just bullied their way around the West. Where I think even Connor McDavid had a quote the other day saying the Pacific's been like a pillow fight. Like who wants that last wild card spot? Because it really has been that. I mean, the Sharks were in that wild card spot a couple weeks ago, and they've lost 6 in a row now, and now they're out. L.A. up and down. Nashville's putting on a little bit of a push. Seattle, to me, they're not the takers. I don't think they're good enough and deep enough. So it's really that wild card spot is up for grabs, and everyone seems to be teetering with it outside of the Blues right now. So all things considered, I'm not obviously analytic or mathematician by any stretch of the imagination. Me and Marty, we're good old CBC boys. We'll leave it up to you, Tim.
No problem.
You good high boy. 11 games left. I think you can still lose one. You are playing the Avalanche.
Twice.
That is going to be a very, very tough game. Do you go 10-1 down the stretch? Do you find 20 points? Could that get you in at 91 if that's what it's going to be? I think that could get you in. Can you go 9-1-1? I think so, too. They're going to have to keep at this pace because, like I said, Nashville, that's, to me, the most dangerous team they're chasing. I know they lost last night to the Devils, but with O'Reilly, Cup winner with the Blues, Stamkos, multiple Cups with Tampa, you got Marchessault, Cup with Vegas. This is a group that knows how to win this time of the year, so it doesn't shock me that they put on a really nice run recently because they're pushing to get in, and they're playing with a lot of bite and kind of FU in their game as well because of how that team was supposed to get blown up, and they didn't. They stuck together. So that to me is the biggest threat for the Blues. I don't think LA or Seattle certainly have it. San Jose, I think, put them out of the picture. So yeah, I think a realistic 9-1-1 or 10-1 stretch is probably what it's going to take. And like I said, I circle that Colorado game because that's always going to be a tough game. And then the two other scary ones, believe it or not, are the last home game for Pittsburgh because they're going to be jousting for points in the East. And then this Utah has always been a thorn. Their very last game of the year in Utah. Wouldn't it be something 2 years in a row? Last year they played Utah at home. That was the game they had to win to get in. They won it in nice fashion here, get in the playoffs. And, of course, wouldn't it be something if they can get to that point where they're playing a meaningful game the very last day of the year, this time in Utah?
And the consensus, I would say, text line consensus is if you're not getting one of the top 2 or 3 picks, who cares? Like, if you were going to tank, you got to make sure you're the worst, and that's not happening now. So for those saying, hey, we got to lose, I think at this point, the likelihood that you would get the first, second, that's kind of out the window. So maybe just go for it. And I said this earlier, Joey, players don't say, well, if we could just tank. I mean, it's just not even on the radar for coaches and players.
It's not. I mean, they just want to win. They don't care about anything else. Like, they just want to win. And again, it's such a coin flip, guys. I mean, you look at all these mid-round first draft picks. I mean, they're everywhere and they're successful everywhere. And then you see guys in the top 5 and 6 that just never pan out. So it really is such a coin flip. To me, it's one of those things you can't put all your eggs in that basket because you just don't know. The only basket you can control is the team you have in front of you. And I just have found that when you take care of that team in front of you, the draft picks will inevitably work out the way they're supposed to. Look at Thomas, the way they drafted him 20th. Kyrie was a second rounder. There's so many examples across the league of drafting very well, and you don't need that top 5, top 6 pick. So, like I said, it's a great thing. I think right now I would encourage fans to think about it if they're still on the fence about which way to go with this team. The way truly is winning culture, winning style, winning tradition, because that's what's going to carry over into next season in October. Because the start of that next year, that 84-game stretch next year, it really does start now. And, again, I think you start about how that team's going to start next year, and I think they're going to look back on this moment, and they're going to have so many great things to say about how they finished off this year and then hopefully how they can start in much better fashion next year, because that was the one thing, too, when we talk about what happened this year. They got off to a tough start, and I don't know what's going on with this league, but it just seems like every time you don't start well, if you're playing catch-up in November, it's really hard to catch up in this league, and I don't know why. It's getting worse every single year. Your starts are paramount. Your training camps are paramount. They're so important. So you have good camps, good preseason games. We're not going to have many next year because of the 84-game season, but you have to get off on the right foot. And the Blues just did not start well this year, and they found themselves catching up, and here they are still catching up at the very end.
Blues and Leafs here on 101 ESPN tomorrow. Pregame, 5 p.m., puck drop, 6 p.m., Joey Vitale, Chris Kerber with the call. Joe, always appreciate the conversation. Brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. And I guess I'll head over to the farmer's market, and we'll hang out today.
Tim's back. Yeah. I don't think they're open today. I saw Zach. Zach was doing
Zach was there.
Zach was there.
Zach's a good man. Yeah, Zach's a really good man. He always picks my watermelon. I that's the one fruit I'm not good about is the watermelon. I always see him kind of holding it up to her ear and thudding it and banging it. I try to do it like I know what I'm talking about. I have no idea how to pick a watermelon, but Zach's my watermelon picker.
Zach, the watermelon picker. He is also on the payroll. Zach, the watermelon picker. You can text in. Zach, the watermelon picker. Thank you, Joe. Have a good weekend.
Thank you, boys.
See you. That's Joey Vitale with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Martin, the consensus in the text inbox, the vast majority are like, okay, let's go. Might as well. What the hell?
Probably not going to happen, but have a little fun. They do have Colorado twice. You're going to play San Jose again, and that's a team in front of you. The Kings, a team in front of you. You're going to play them head-to-head, but boy, it is tough. Those games you give away, and they've said that before, you get buried. It is hard to come back, but enjoy the ride. Enjoy the ride.
Blues and Leafs. Craig Berube back in town tomorrow night. And you can catch it here on 101 ESPN. Josh Schertz is going to join us at 9 o'clock. We will play we'll play Michael Gaine's incredible poem.
But you want him to stay, right? So do you think you should play the poem?
You think that could lead to him going somewhere else? And the Cardinals having one hell of a day yesterday, opening day. And what Ali Marmol had to say about that atmosphere in downtown St. Louis and at Busch Stadium and during the comeback, that is coming your way, along with the drops of the week on your Polos Plus dossier. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne with you. Doug Vaughn is vacationing. Jackson Burkett is on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt filtering your phone calls and your emails. 314-974-0101. That's how you can call on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. And email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. That comes your way on the PolosPlus.com dossier at 9:45. Only 3 emails left in the month of March for that Schaefer Door Company. Garage door courtesy of Jason Gosrow and Schaefer Door, our podcast sponsor here on 101 ESPN. The program is called The Morning After. It is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen online at getbc.com or by calling 314-222-2222. It's Brown and Crouppen, and they are local, and that's why you hear them here on the station during the week, because they are in the St. Louis area. And if you are in a spot where you need an attorney, don't you want somebody who's local? Well, Brown and Crouppen is local, founded in St. Louis in 1979 and serving St. Louis for over 45 years. They are a part of the St. Louis community, and they know that after an accident, money's tight, and that's why they offer so much for free. You can always call for free any day, anytime. Your first consultation is always free. They come to you for free, whether it's at home or in the hospital. If you think you may need Brown and Crouppen services, call 314-222-2222 or go to getbc.com and make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertising. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own accord. A magical day in St. Louis sports yesterday. It culminated with the Illini advancing to the Elite Eight. In between, the Blues with the overtime win against the Sharks to move within 6 points of a playoff spot. And it started in downtown St. Louis with opening day. Back to opening day conversation next here on the Morning After 101 ESPN.
For over 135 years, Stifel has been a trusted name in finance, headquartered right here in downtown St. Louis since 1890. So what does Stifel do exactly? Well, pretty much everything money-related. Wealth management, check. Banking through Stifel Bank, yep. Own a business? They've got a full-service investment bank for that, too. Basically, if it involves finance, Stifel has a solution for you. With 12 offices across the St. Louis region and more than 400 nationwide, Stifel combines a local experience with national reach. Unlike many firms, Stifel isn't bank-owned. They own their own bank, and that independence allows them to focus on one thing, doing what's best for their clients. It's a philosophy that has made Stifel one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world. Their tagline says it all, where success meets success. That's why partnering with TMA just makes sense. Stifel and TMA, where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
You hungry? Man, I'm hungry. I'm so hungry. Listen to Youngry go. Listen to Youngry flow. It's TMA 101 ESPN shows presented by Brown and Crouppen. We broadcast from the Stiefel studios. Doug Vaughn is vacationing at Jackson's parents' place at the Hamptons. And when you turn 30, you get that place, right?
31, yep.
Oh, 31.
31, yeah. Yeah, they want to make sure I'm ready.
So that's where Doug is.
Yeah, but you might, I mean, like I said, it's
in the
mine.
guest quarters, as you
right,
call
well,
you don't let him use the real house.
He's in the carriage house. The main house. I talked about the bird yesterday being done. We're redoing the floors right now in the main house. So, it's kind of a work zone, kind of a hard hat zone. So Doug's welcome to go in there. Just, I'm not going to be liable.
Yeah, you had him sign a few waivers.
Yeah, a couple and NDA or two.
Oh, an NDA.
Or two.
KCC's that little dungeon with your chains.
Yeah. Me and Paul Giamatti's dungeon.
Here's some screaming. You really workshop that. You kept.
Yeah,
then you had
this
a
was
work
like an
zone.
improv scene.
Yeah.
He just kept going with it.
Yes, and.
We were doing this.
Never say no. You never say no.
In improv?
Yeah. Yes, and.
It's my brother Kevin. That's his gig.
Yeah.
Get involved on the program. 314-974-0101. Callier Thompson phone lines. Chairman Kurtz standing by. 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service text inbox. Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. The TMA STL YouTube channel. 6,740 subscribers. Doug gets another bonus if we get to 6,750 subscribers. And you can talk it over. 301 listeners are in there right now talking it over. Coming up, we'll have the drops of the week, and then Billiken head coach and occasional co-host Josh Schertz with us. Martin, he was having a busy day on the Twitter tweets. I didn't realize this.
He was at the Cardinal game, appeared to be sitting right behind home plate. A couple hours later, a picture of him and Jim Montgomery hanging out at the Blues. Strick interviewed him during the game. So Coach Schertz with a big day, and then he also finished off his day. Jackson, have you seen this?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Let's all go to Josh Schertz's Twitter tweets.
Josh Schertz slew, I believe.
It is.
Yeah. Okay. Josh Schertz slew.
Is this the drinking one?
Yes.
Is that the dish?
No, it's Ben McCollum.
Oh, it is Ben McCollum. Thought for a second it was a dish.
He's mocking, I guess, his drinking intake.
A hell of a sports day, capped by this guy reaching the Elite Eight. Thankfully, a much better coach than a drinker. And he has the pinky extended as he's enjoying a martini.
Yeah, it's like a pink martini.
Yeah.
It's kind of what we say about Papers having
like
boat drinks.
Yeah, and Jackson, after a half a boat drink, the next thing you know, he's like
giggling.
Yeah, tee-hee.
Some was in those pina coladas. Yeah, it looks like some with a twist and a sugar rim.
But he is poking. His buddy is now in the Elite Eight, and he's in definitely better coach. And then he's all these emojis of martini glasses.
Yeah, I think Coach had a big day too. And then below that is the picture you cited, Martin, of him with Jim Montgomery at the Blues game, finishing the night off right. Can you tell which one of us is coaching the Blues tonight? Both bald gentlemen. Hopefully no embarrassing misspellings in this tweet. And I'm like, oh no, did he tweet something from a Blues game and misspell a Blues player's name? And all of us can speak to what we know that experience would be like from a Blues fan who saw him misspell a Blues player's name. And then I looked and I saw the tweet was gone, but that's not what it was. His picture from behind home plate that you observed, Martin, was of opening day, of course, and he said, hard to beat opening day. Let's hoe Cards.
Craig, would you say you guys should be bullying these hoes?
Yep. So that was the embarrassing misspelling. But you know what? Let's hoe Cardinals.
Is that a new phrase that we didn't know? It's the one we didn't know we needed. Let's hoe.
Yeah. I mean, Joe Buck proposed there's got to be somebody on this team. And Josh Schertz proposed, let's hoe, Cardinals.
Did you say the hoes are laughing?
Yep.
So the audience are a bunch of hoes?
Yep.
It's a girl next door.
Hard to beat opening day. Let's hoe, Cards.
What an atmosphere it was. Josh Schertz was part of the packed ballpark at Busch Stadium, and what a game Cardinal fans saw. I watched from the very beginning, 2 o'clock. I enjoyed the what are we calling the production? Because it used to be FanDuel Sports.
It's MLB
Just
TV.
MLB TV.
All right. The production.
Yeah, I thought it was good.
The production was noticeable.
Yeah. How about the dirt cam?
There were dirt cams
I like the
all
dirt
about. So I thought that was strong, and then the coverage of the pregame festivities, wonderful as well. Martin, we were discussing in our 7 o'clock hour that Bill DeWitt, the chairman, was booed. Chaim Bloom loudly cheered, and that ballpark was up for snatch grabs when Burleson hit his home run. Here's Ali Marmol on the atmosphere.
Did the atmosphere feel different? Are you kidding me? Yeah, it was packed. Yes, it felt different. That's what you feed off of. And when you talk about, like, I really do believe this group, regardless of situation, they're going to play in a way where it's exciting to watch them every inning. And they're not going to give in to a whole lot. I'm glad we were able to show that today. I really am.
There it is.
Cardinals only struck out 3 times in the game.
Yeah.
Weatherholt, one of those, frozen by a fastball in the inside part of the plate. What do you guys think of the ABS?
Yeah, I like it. I mean,
it's an efficient system.
Yeah, they do it quickly.
It happened. I did notice that. It was kind of annoying in the ninth because you have all this drama, and it's like, I just didn't want it to become like college basketball. We're going to be stopping.
Right.
But it is a lot quicker than that.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Yes, a lot quicker than that college basketball. You just understand if there's 2 minutes left on a college basketball game, what do you do? What's the math on that, Jackson? Multiply
2
it
minutes.
by 7?
If each team has one team has 2 timeouts, the other one has 1 timeout, you could be looking at 18 to 24 minutes.
Yeah. You just understand.
I just hope a game-ending strikeout like they got. I hope it's a swinging strikeout. I'd hate to see ABS like, I punched him out. Oh, hold on, we got to look at it.
By the way, home plate umpire yesterday if it was a looking strike, if it was a strikeout looking, he took forever to call it. There was a couple times where you just sit there for like 1, 2, 3 beats, and then he would call a strike on pitches right down the middle. Riley O'Brien had a great strikeout. It took forever for him to call it. Hurry it up.
They went to him on the mic at one point, and he said, we'll look at it. Like, the NFL guys kind of get this is their moment.
Yeah.
Like, the mic's, all right, here's my chance here. Like, all right, we're going to look at that play, folks. Give me a second under the hood. This guy's like, yeah, we'll take a look.
Yeah.
Come on, sell it.
Yeah, no good.
You're on a hot mic.
It was it was a damn good. How'd you take the ball game? And you didn't have to do the live shots that Martin did. So what'd you do?
Just at home.
Just at home, really? Just you by yourself?
Just watching ball.
Really?
Yeah.
Watching ball.
Watching ball, really?
Yeah, just watching ball.
Settling in, getting ready for the big night of Hoop Rock.
Yeah. You know, I have a little patio, too, that I would go out.
Humble brag. Martin and I would love to have a little patio.
Got a patio.
Don't you guys have backyards?
Just got a patio. Backyard?
I have a carport, and it's like leaning over, like my skull.
You just have a blacktop in here as a
Tim and I are in the barrio.
With weeds growing out of it.
What amazes me with 45,000 people there, and there's more, because some people just go downtown and hang out. They don't go to the game.
Yeah.
The Rich Gould Mizzou experience. I don't want to go to the game. But it's amazing how many people you run into that you know. There's 45. I saw my sister, and I'm like, I didn't even know she was going to the game. Like, you walk around, a lot of teammate people, a lot of Steve Cusimano references, but other than that, you're like, oh, wow. That freaks me out, how in a 45,000 people, you just walk around, oh, there's Jackson's dad. I didn't see Jackson.
No.
But
Jeff Burkett.
No.
Jeff Burkett Ride Service is what it's called.
And I get it. People are going to mock us for getting excited. Oh, come on. What are they? Oh, now you're changing the tune. I don't think anybody is predicting a winning season. What we were hoping for is a team you can get behind. That's kind of what we've been talking about. And they gave you at least a little sliver of hope that maybe this is a team you can enjoy watching going down. I think there'll be 20,000 or so tomorrow, 20,000 or so on Sunday. So it's not like you're going to have a packed house every day. What was great is that they had a packed house. They stuck around, and then they got rewarded for being there.
Sure.
And it hasn't felt that way in a long time. I mean, and Ali Marmol was here when they were in the playoffs. He knows what that feels like. And it's been absent for a couple of years. It's got to be good for them, that feeling. It's like, okay, and even these young guys, Weatherholt, they're like, dude, it's not like this all the time. Because it had to be pretty cool for him, his first game.
That curtain call, that was the great shot, great work by MLB TV, getting the shot right behind him with the entire fan base going crazy with his helmet up. That was sweet.
They're not happy with you for your observation on opening day, Martin. It's a small city, Martin. That's from Kevin, and he's at the lake.
It's a small city. Okay. 45,000 people. Still a lot of people.
I would say.
Guys, it's the first week of the season.
There we go.
That's from the 314. Cletus, Martin. Have you had a chance to meet Cletus?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Cletus texted.
Mike Lee's caretaker?
That is correct. And a wonderful short game.
Mm-hmm.
And he texted me yesterday to say, hope you have your kids at this game. It's fun. I had 5 or 6 people bitching that you were positive today. Probably had to be startling.
5 or 6 people, like what? Just knocked on his door?
I don't know. And I hope the fact that I'm positive is viewed as I'm not just doing it for effect. You know, after doing the show for as long as, if I think it, I say it. I'm wrong plenty of times. I've been right sometimes as well. My reasoning for it isn't saying they're going to win the World Series. It's set off of a number that wound up moving down to 68.5 before I had to bet it yesterday. But also, I do think there's value on a young group of players having to fight for what's their own and versus guys who are satisfied with a guaranteed contract and kind of playing out the string and fighting as a group when you can hang out together. I think there's something to that. And ideally, the market and Cardinal fans, which I realize is regional, see that and get reinvested. And then, Martin, we have the Summer of Love in St. Louis. A Summer of Love in St. Louis. How's a Summer of Love sound to you?
So they're falling in love with this team. Is that what it is? Or are they all a bunch of beatniks?
Jack Kerouac. Holden Caulfield?
I was called a beatnik?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Nathan Church intrigues me because I don't know a lot about him. I started reading up last night, 11th round pick. They're high on him. Somebody in the outfield's got to be productive. Now, Walker got a hit. Might have been misplayed a little bit, but Walker got a hit. You don't want him to get buried early. Gorman had a big hit during that 6th inning. Those are guys, too. You just don't want to see him start slow. I think the 3 strikeouts, that's pretty impressive, too. It means you're putting it in play. And the game can get really boring if you're just seeing a lot of strikeouts.
Do you think Stanek could be a guy who'd be the closer?
I don't know. I was surprised that he was
Southside Seaman picked Riley O'Brien thinking he was going to get it. He got a win yesterday.
He looked good. Yeah.
Yeah, he had to come through in some clutch moments yesterday. I loved the fire from Stanek.
Me too.
People like that. People like when there is emotional investment.
Yeah, Stanek had, according to StatCast, 6 swing and misses, and that's comparative to Rasmussen, who had 7, and Liberatore had 5. So if you're looking for swing and miss stuff, pretty good.
He was hitting 99 on the gun, and he was the bucket hat guy during spring training.
Yeah, long lid.
And headband.
Guys, fun moment at the game. Tony La Russa got his hands on a foul ball, made a production of it, waved to the fans, and then tossed it to a kid. It was a lot of fun. It's from the 66. I did not see that. Are you aware of that, Martin?
Yeah, somebody sent me a picture of the skipper, and they said he caught a foul ball. I said, the 81-year-old skipper caught a foul ball? So I texted him the photo I was sent. It's him leaning over with some fans. And I said, a friend told me that you caught a foul. I know Martin texted him, but this is the story from Tony. He said, Renteria's friend got it, gave it to me. I handed it to a kid, and the kid wanted my autograph. So I had Roland, McGuire, and Edgar also sign it.
That's awesome.
That's pretty cool.
Oh, very cool.
So I guess the box they were in, all these Hall of Famers, the ball ended up there. The skipper didn't catch it, but I guess he got the assist to the young kid. I did see the skipper, and I said, "Hey, we were looking for you. Yeah, stuff going on." And I said, "No, I said I understand you had stuff going on. We were just open." I said, "You missed it. It was Eckstein and Jimmy." He said, "Yeah, Jimmy, he wanted to be here." And I said, "No, I know. We talked to him." I think he was concerned that it looked bad that Edmonds wasn't there. And I said, "He's farming." Yeah, I know, but he wanted to be here. I go, I understand.
I try hard not to call you clueless.
I still can't fully explain what he was doing, but he had stuff to do.
Chairman Kern, I believe, friend of the program, Mike McGreevy, is calling in.
Oh, yeah.
Right now?
Yeah. Is he on? Is he on there right now?
No.
Jackson just picks up the phone like we're doing something.
What up? It's Papers.
Shut the show down. You know what? I thought we'd go 25 years and then I'd move to Jupiter. No. It was right there. What up, man? This is Papers. Martin, that was enough for me to say I'm done. That was it. What up, man? This is Papers.
I didn't say it over the air.
But did you say those words?
Yes.
No further questions.
He's on. Here he is.
Mike McGreevy joining us in the Callier and Thompson phone lines. The Cardinal starter tomorrow. Good morning, Mike.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Did you just get greeted by what up, man? It's Papers?
Yes, I did. It was Papers, and it's a good friend to be greeted by.
Thank you.
Wow, good friend.
Thank you for coming to my aid.
Wow, a good friend.
Would you have been upset if he said it's Jackson?
I would have been confused.
Yeah, thank you, because he only knows them as papers.
Thank you very much.
That's fair.
Thank you for joining. What, you have the family in town? The fiance's here?
Family's in town. Everybody just woke up. I mean, it's a great day.
Wow. Did you call us collect because you're saving for the wedding?
I mean, you don't need to air that out on the air for me, but yeah, I did.
Okay.
Wow, Jackson and McGreevy have a little alliance.
Oh, I get it. You're friends with the ball player, and now I'm a jerk.
You were just talking about texting Tony 2 seconds ago.
But Mike, what'd you think yesterday of the festivities? There were plenty of shots of you guys in the dugout, and it looked like you boys were having a good time.
Oh, yeah, a lot of opening days, first opening days for everybody. I mean, it was unreal. I mean, you hear everything about St. Louis opening day from former players, fans, people from St. Louis, how it's just this national holiday and just they pack it out. And you believe it, but it just didn't do it justice being there, being on the trucks, going around the outfield, seeing the Clydesdales, seeing all the fans. I mean, especially with how the game went as well. I mean, it was just the best day of baseball I think I've ever been a part of so far.
How about that?
I was telling Tim earlier that you told me on the field yesterday that when you're in AAA, you said you try not to watch because it's where you want to be, right? It's too hard to see it.
Yeah, exactly. I think I watched the opening day in 2023 when Walker made his debut. Wanted to watch him, but after that, I was kind of like, yeah, I'm good. I'll see when I get there.
What did you think of the way the club responded after falling down 7-1 in the 6th?
I mean, that's about as perfect a response as any player, coach, fan could expect. You know, it'd be super easy for anyone, including fans, to just check out after getting down 6 in the 6th inning, but you know, lead off single, then a double, and then you start feeling like, all right, here we go. We score 1, score 2, score 3, 4, 5, and then like all of a sudden you're just like, oh my gosh, like we just need a sac fly and it's tied. And then JJ and Vaughn had great at bats to just get those sac flies in, and then Burley just absolutely unloaded. And I mean, the place was rocking. It was awesome.
That moment was incredible. It was the combination of the fact that he culminates that rally with the home run, the reaction of the Rays pitcher and his reaction, and it's opening day and it breaks through. You get to experience that with your teammates. You boys are loving it. Give me some behind the scenes on what that moment was like in the dugout.
Whole lot of screaming. I think my voice is still recovering from all the screaming I was doing yesterday within that 6th inning. So if my voice cracks a little bit, don't worry. I think I'm all done with puberty, but I think it's still recovering a little bit. But it was just insane. It was like you just felt like that at bat with Burleson. It's like he's going to go yard. He's going to hit a homer here. It's going to be perfect. He lays off a couple good pitches from Jax, and just absolutely unloads on a 99-mile-per-hour fastball. And I don't think I've ever seen a ball go that far at Busch Stadium to right field.
Yeah, that thing was hammered. I mean, I think it was 25, 30 rows back. That doesn't happen.
Yeah, in the second kind of concourse there.
When Weatherhold comes to the dugout, what's that like in terms of, are you guys giving him a hard to get out there? Like, because he probably doesn't even know that he's supposed to do a curtain call, and you don't have a lot of older guys who've been around. How did that play out?
Yeah, thankfully some of the medical staff has been around a little bit for us. So
the medical staff
had to step in.
They're kind of the veteran leadership at this point with the dugout with the curtain call. So they're like, come on, go. So then all of a sudden, we're like, oh yeah, and the fans are cheering for it. So then, you get a clue and you're like, oh, okay, that's what they're supposed to do. So that was sick. That was, I think my first time seeing a curtain call too. So. I mean, first times for a lot of things yesterday. When we were at spring training, one of the topics, unfortunately, was your decision initially to not play Grove 23. And then of course it was because you are saving up for a wedding, which is a meat and potatoes thing that many in the audience can relate to. And one of our audience members wrote a song about it, and I'd love to play it for you, Mike. Take a listen here.
I'm too poor. You hear his entreaty to pay $500 to play MJ23's course, says Michael McGreevy. But son, you signed a two-Weber $75 million signing bonus in just 4 years ago. And regardless, you're playing ball in the show. So pay the damn fee as a memory will last longer than your marriage.
Oh, no. That's terrible.
Oh, my gosh. That's just terrible.
What's really weird is this is Wainwright.
Yeah, you know that this is Wainwright. You can cut it, their papers. You get the idea.
Oh, my God. Yeah. When I saw Wayno in spring training, he said, hey, I'm working on something. So, man, that totally makes sense now.
That's what he was working on. He was in the lab.
Yeah. Oh, that's hilarious.
Tip of the cap to the audience. Well, enjoy the day. What's on the itinerary for the day off today?
Gonna go to the field, get a small workout in, get some throwing in, just get ready for tomorrow. God, I wish we were playing today with that energy that we had yesterday. It would have been sick to just do it all over again, not even 24 hours later, but, get to, decompress a little bit, hang out with the family, go to some good food spots around here. But then just can't wait to do it on Saturday.
God bless, brother. Good luck tomorrow. Mike McGreevy gets the ball tomorrow, friend of the program, and he's appreciative of the audience writing songs. And for the record, he did go out and play.
Yes.
And he did clip me by 2 strokes, which I believe you said is the highlight of your athletic career, is to get me by 2 strokes.
Yeah, I mean, wow, you're being very humble there. You did get a lot of pops on me, so I think technically.
What is that about? This guy's, oh my God, what are we doing here? This guy's credibility blown up. What a startling moment. I hope somebody else I hope Wainwright writes another song now about you and the truth.
All right, guys. Thank you very much for having
brother.
me.
Take it easy. It's Mike McGreevy with us here on TMA, enjoying the work of Rogers and Hammertoe.
Yeah.
Wow.
And how about the fact that he said, I wish we were playing today to carry the energy over.
I get that.
Yeah.
Totally
It's
get
kind
that.
of the Chaim Bloom thought where if you do lose the opener and then you sit with the day off,
Yeah,
it
it
just
sucks.
weighs on you. It's the opposite of that. But, Tim, they're not happy. WTF, where's Coach? Cardinal ball player who is a delight, Papers buddy, calls into the show, where's Coach? And then Schertz had said...
Uh-oh, what do we got going on here?
Well, he said on the phone with an agent. I thought, oh, no, not your...
Oh, no.
But I think he meant a player's agent.
Got it.
But then he said ready now.
All right. So, Josh Schertz, break.
Yeah.
And then go to Coach. Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, 9 o'clock hour coming up. Josh Schertz is going to join us on the program. This is TMA, 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Hornets defeat the Knicks last night, 114-103. Con Knippel with 26 points, 11 rebounds, and 8 assists. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne with you. Doug Vaughn vacationing. And when Doug Vaughn goes on vacation, Josh Schertz fills in on the show. And he joins us right now on the Callier and Thompson phone lines as our co-host. Morning, Coach.
Morning. Talk about an upgrade, right? I mean, gosh, you know, what a big time. I bet viewership goes through the roof when Doug's gone and I join.
Yes, it does. That's correct.
True.
We see the numbers right now.
A little disappointed you're not in studio, Coach. I understand you're busy, but
well, I was going to come in. I was going to come in. You know what happened? Truthfully, is BK wanted to go, but his hair appointment he had it this morning.
No,
it was 8 to 11, and it's
he has a 3-hour salon.
Like with the ladies.
3-hour salon appointment. There was no way. I mean, I said, BK, can we move it? He said they don't open till 8, so it's 8 to 11 a.m. his hair appointment. So I mean, you know, what can I do?
Wow. And I don't want to make it uncomfortable right out of the gate, Tim, but Coach has had some other job offers, but none of them included radio opportunities like this. So he said, I'm staying.
That's the reason.
Yeah.
I had no idea.
That was number one. I mean, when you came down to it, I said, listen, what are my radio chances there? They said, listen, no co-hosting as a responsibility. The only job you could do that is Green Bay with Gottlieb. So
that's actually true.
I'm waiting on that job to open. I'm checking every day if Doug's still there. But if that doesn't open, I'm staying.
Look at that! Who would have known that we were the reason?
How about if John Rothstein tweets now? Schertz says he'll only leave for the Green Bay job.
Is that tampering? Am I tampering with the Green Bay job? I don't know. Man.
You had a big day yesterday, and little did you know, you created the 2026 Cardinals slogan, "Let's Ho Cardinals."
That was talk about quite the misspell, you know. I'm with it, you know. If it's listen, I had a great sports day. Completely botched the tweet. I was like, my God, I was like, and then you know it was too late. People are already commenting, so then it was like I couldn't delete it. So you know you're just kind of stuck, man. But that's listen, I've had some bad misspellings. That was probably one of my worst though, where I probably needed to check the tweet before I sent it.
The Twitter feed was outstanding, though, yesterday. Not only Let's Ho Cardinals, then you head over to the Blues game, and you get to hang out with Coach Montgomery, and then people were debating which one was Coach Montgomery and which one was Coach Schertz.
Was another person in town so dashingly handsome, you know, and then I met him. I was like, man, it's like looking in a mirror, which is something I want to do all day, every day anyway. So it was really nice though. But what a cool experience that was to meet him. And now I'm still undefeated at Blues games because Game 6 last year plus yesterday.
Yeah.
So I'm a solid 2-0 on for the Blues at home. So and I've been pretty good with the Cardinals. I've done a lot more Cardinal games, but I've been my fandom record is solid. I think they need to maybe bring me out a little more.
And then you finish off the night on Twitter with a wonderful tweet with your friend Ben McCollum going to the Elite Eight, and it looks like he's got the pinky finger raised as he enjoys some kind of boat drink or something.
It looked like a very manly drink. I think it was like Sex on the Beach or something he was drinking. So it was a nice fruity drink. I kept that picture for a while. I was waiting for a good time to tweet it, and I just felt like him going the Elite Eight was a nice time to pull that out. He texted me right after the game. I don't think he was overly pleased that I threw that picture out.
You ruined his evening with the image being released.
Exactly. Everybody's tweeting about him screaming at the players and breaking his clipboard, and then he's got his pinky finger up drinking Sex on the Beach. So no, he's I'm so happy for him. We obviously cut our teeth together in Division II, and he's a great basketball coach, super good guy, and just and to see the improvement of that team from we played them obviously in scrimmage and back in October, and just how much better they've gotten. He does a wonderful job, and I couldn't be happier for him. I'm obviously pissed at Dusty because it was at our expense, but I'm happy for Ben. So
it has me thinking there's probably a ton of great coaches at D2, or just don't get the opportunity.
Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, I think it's becoming more commonplace for coaches at lower levels to get opportunities, but it's been so hard. I mean, you look at, Coach Cignetti in football, right, and his background in Division II, and I remember when I was hired at Indiana State, it was this huge, how could you hire a D2 coach in the Missouri Valley? Like, that's an impossible jump to make, and the reality is coaching at every level, is the same in terms of, culture building and how you go about your business and the X's and O acumen and, pacing players and all the things that go into it. What's different at every level, is recruiting and the ancillary things from, media and stuff that's around you. But the job itself, the core of the job is the same. And I think actually Division II in a lot of ways prepares you for this NIL era because, we were doing that stuff. Now, it wasn't real money, but, you're stacking scholarships. Maybe a guy, if a guy gets academic money or financial-based money or whatever, you're looking at, you have 10 scholarships, but this guy might cost you, 75% of a scholarship. The guy might cost you, 60%. And which one's more valuable to you? And how are you creating a roster that maximizes? So you could get, at least we could at LMU, 13, 14 guys on full scholarships, even though we only had 10 because you could stack in. So you were kind of doing NIL before NIL, and I think, the Division II football, same way, Division II basketball, Ben and I have talked about that was such a benefit for us, at the Division II level to figure out how to kind of put a roster cap together with 10 scholarships, and now we're kind of doing it. Obviously, now it's real money at the Division I level.
Josh Schertz, our guest here on TMA, but not really a guest, a co-host, especially when Doug is on vacation, as is the case today. And, Coach, I've got a bunch of texts coming in here, and a bunch of the listeners absolutely love hearing from you. This one coming from Ben Boyd. Martin and I know Ben well, and he's on the Cardinal broadcast production side of things and saw you yesterday. He said fans were coming up to Coach Schertz and congratulating him at the game when he walked around and visited the radio booth. What was your experience out in the public yesterday interacting with St. Louis fans?
Yeah, it was so cool. I mean, both, in the Blues game and certainly the Cardinals game, just the amount of people that were, excited for what we did and just were like, it was overwhelming. It actually was a little bit shocking, I guess, was how many people knew who I was and were just like, hey, what a great year. We love following you guys. We came to these games, and it's super cool because ultimately, when you take a job, you at your core, you want to build a program that everybody that's associated with can be proud of, right? And proud of, the results, proud of the kind of people that you bring in, proud of the class you represent the place with. And I think, just to see, I always knew St. Louis was a great sports town, but, being here now for 2 full years, basically, it's just an incredible, the people, the fans, the way they support. And it was great to see at the Cardinal game that many people that, A, knew who I was, B, had been a part of it, either watched or been to games, and that our run and that team's success, mattered to them and made them happy. And I always say, coaching's a unique job. There's not many jobs in the world you can bring so many people so much joy, and then in other cases so much anger you can create for people. There's not many jobs where what you do can have such a positive or negative effect on so many other people.
We haven't talked to you since a week ago. The win over Georgia, first-round game, just destroyed them, to be candid. It was so much fun to watch, and I heard a little bit on the radio too where it was Rammer and Earl, and they said, we're actually getting like the lead got cut to 29, and Rammer's like, what world are we living in? Like, we're worried we're down to 29. Like, just dominance in a game against an SEC opponent. How satisfying was that for you and for this team to get that done?
Yeah, I think it was, we kind of found ourselves again, in the second half against George Washington and Pittsburgh. And I felt like the last 60 minutes in Pittsburgh, we kind of found our fire. We found our edge, and, come to the tournament, you could never have predicted that. I remember looking up, I'm pretty good at following the score, in my head at least. You have a lot going on. You're processing, filtering a lot of information in the game and trying to make decisions. But I have a general idea of the score, and I remember looking up, and the score was 100-60, and I literally, I doubled. I'm like, that's not right, and so I was like, oh my God, we're up by 40 points. I had no idea that it was that much. I knew it was a lot, but it was just a great performance by our guys, and to get on that stage and to not, we're playing a good SEC team, a team that finished in the upper half of the SEC, a team in Georgia that's among the most athletic teams in the country and big and had a really a good roster, and for our guys to come out and play the way they did and represent themselves and the school and the A-10. And, I think it was just a great showcase for our guys. I can't tell how many people, reached out after that game and just, and it was a great showcase for our program, and something that'll resonate, with recruits and everybody else, because a lot of people saw that and say, okay, look at how they play, this aesthetically pleasing style of basketball. But what people always miss a little bit is, we were also this year, number one in the country in field goal defense, and our defense fuels, so much of what we do. And I think, hopefully it's was kind of as I think Benetti said, a brochure for our program. And I think it really helped cement us and was a great moment for our program and our school, and hopefully for the city of St. Louis to see us on that stage and perform that well.
The Michigan game was unique in the sense that usually when a team goes out, fans point at, man, we didn't play well, we didn't do this, and don't necessarily tip the cap to the other team. And I think, from talking to a number of Billiken fans and doing this program, that a lot of people go, man, Billikens played pretty well, at least for the first, I don't know what you would say, 25, 30 minutes of the game. And then you're just up against, as you said, perhaps the team that winds up winning this whole thing. And if anything, I think maybe people came away with a greater appreciation for how good Michigan is. How do you view it?
Yeah, I view it that way. I mean, I think, we knew going in, it's one of those games where, like I said it before, we could not have beaten them in a 4 out of 7 series. You got to beat them one time, right? And anything can happen one time. And for us to win that game, a lot of things had to go really well for us. And the things that we needed to go really well for us didn't go well for us. And by that, I mean, we needed to collapse the pain and really make it hard and make Michigan make threes. And, when they've had games where they've lost, like when they lost to Duke by 4 or 5, I think they were, they made 3 or 4 threes, right? Like 3 or 4 for 26. We needed a 3 or 4 for 26 day from them. On our own end, I think we were 10 for 32 or 10 for 33. We needed about a 15 for 33 day from 3 for us. Shooting variance had to fall in our favor. They're so big, so talented. They have such a good roster, their size. I mean, you think about how good the Big Ten's been, right? They have 6 of the Sweet 16s, and now Illinois and Iowa and 1 Elite 8, and you got other teams that obviously Purdue's in there as well, right? So that league is so good. Michigan won that league by 4 games.
Yeah.
I mean, they were 19-1, and the one they lost was like Wisconsin went crazy from 3. It hit like 16, 17 threes and beat them. And so that's the only loss they had. They ran through that league in dominant fashion. So they're the best team. Now, whether they win or not, who knows? Do I think they're the best team in the country? Absolutely. Have the talent and the coaching to be the last team standing. But, our guys, if you're going to go out, you want to go out on your sword. You want to go out fighting. You want to go out and leave everything out there together. Our guys did that. We got a chance to play in that game, in a standalone game, and on a national TV at noon. In a standalone NCAA tournament game in the round of 32. And to do that, I think was just if you're going to end it, that's a decent way to end it. And our guys fought, give everything they had. I actually thought, we cut it to 61-57 in the second half, and I thought we were, it was about 14 minutes to go, and I'm like, we could keep this up. We'll put some game pressure on them, and they just, their shooting, their size, the accumulation of all of it, wore us down. We couldn't make enough shots. We missed free throws. I think we were 8 for 15 from the line, missed a couple of front end. We just couldn't ever. We didn't shoot the ball well enough, and all the shooting variances had to fall in our favor if we were going to beat them one time, and they just didn't.
Yeah, for it to happen, they couldn't play well, and actually Michigan played very well in the game. And both SLU games on CBS, you got Barkley talking all about Robbie Avila, Jimmy Jackson talking all about Robbie. As you mentioned, great for the brand. Let's talk about the big story, of course, has been your future. 2 weeks ago, the announcement, the Stu bomb came out, Stu Durando, right before you tipped in Pittsburgh. Tell us how that came about, the extension, the commitment to NIL money. How long had that been in the works, and how you got to that point?
Yeah, well, I got here, in April of 24, and and Chris May and I have been in really pretty consistent dialogue from then about, how do we build this program out? Like, what are the things necessary? And so it wasn't like this one epiphany or we won one game and all of a sudden, the school, the first year, we go to the NIT, win 19 games, and to the school's credit, they made and it's from the top down. It's it's the board of trustees, it's the president, and it's Chris, and it trickles down, but made a great commitment improvement from where we were NIL space from 24-25 to give us a chance to really improve our roster in 25-26. And so there was a greater commitment to what it needed to be, at least to be more competitive inside the Atlantic 10. And we got that. And so as the year went on, this year, Chris and I obviously were in constant talk about, all right, what do we do to kind of build a sustainable championship program? And there's, at the end of the day, there's the commitment levels, and everybody talks about, I think when people think about head coaching and head coaching decisions and where you're going to stay or go, like everybody tends to focus on, well, how much are they paying you, and really, while that's obviously a part of it, I mean, it's also, what is their commitment level to players, right? How committed are they to the NIL space, the rev share? What are we doing there? Is there a mutual commitment, to the players? What about to the assistants? You want retention on your amongst your players. What about retention on your staff? Are we going to do more and our staff? What about infrastructure and resources to help our players perform better? How about how we travel, from a nutrition standpoint, from all these different areas? How about recruiting and letting being able to have access to fly privately as opposed to commercial, which makes it easier to get in front of players. So there's all these different factors and circumstances that you're working through, looking at the program holistically of how we continue to build this out. And end of the day, Chris and President Fazer and Eric Engler, chair of the board, sat down with them and, and we hammered out the parameters of a deal in terms of, what it would take, obviously from my own standpoint, but also, from a standpoint of what we're going to do for the staff, what we're going to do in the NIL rev share space. What does that look like? What are we doing, programmatically in all these different areas? And, and to their credit, to St. Louis's credit, there's been incredible investment and commitment, not just to me, but to all those different areas. And, and I, at the end of the day, I told them in the beginning when we had our first conversation in February about it, I wasn't going to chase money. I was going to chase success. I think when you have success, you'll always be okay financially. And, reality is I turned down significantly more money, to stay here. It's never been about money for me. I could have made, more if I left, but at the end of the day, there's a lot here I like. We love living in St. Louis. Vitale and I do. And, we're excited about, where we are, but certainly we think our future, is incredibly bright here. And again, it's about the people, and we have amazing people from St. Louis, from the board to the president's chair and down from Chris on down in terms of, what we need to do to be successful. Their commitment, investment in me and the program is second to none.
I am certain that Billiken fans, and at this point now you have a bunch of people who weren't even Billiken fans probably 5 months ago who are now invested in this program emotionally, and a big part of that is you, the style of play, your personality, I think the credibility. So even with signing the extension, your name still continues to pop up with this very unique college basketball coaching carousel. I loved your answer the other day when you were addressing the media regarding the tough spot coaches are in, because if you say you're going to be here and then you leave, you're a liar. And if you say you are looking at other things, then you're distracted. Right. At this point, can Billiken fans count on you for the next season? I'm not talking about committing forever, but I'm talking about for next season.
Well, it kind of goes to the same thing. I mean, yes, every intention I have is to be here and be here for not just next season, but for long term. But, if you come in and I'm just throwing something, I mean, NBA team comes in and says, we're going to pay you $10 million a year to come and coach, and that's your dream. Would you not do it? I mean, there's all kinds of scenarios of that could happen, these hypothetical things. But, you know, at the end of the day, you know, so that's why I just think you always have to look at it and say, like, you know, if you say, look, I'm 100% back, which I have every intention of 100% of being here, not just, like I said, not just in 26, 27, but in the years to come. But you know, then you know, all of a sudden something happens that is completely unexpected or outside of anything you could have anticipated, and then you come back, well, he lied to us, he said this, or like I said, if you say, hey, I'm just going to table everything, and I'm you know, then well, you're not committed to us, and the reality is, you know, I have been as committed as you know, as one could be. I've certainly, like I said, without, you know, rehashing the whole thing, you know, had opportunities and have chosen to stay here. I've chosen, you know, to because of the aforementioned things. And I think this is a new era in college athletics where, you know, it's not as streamlined as it was before decision making. Like in a couple of years ago, you know, if you're a head coach in Atlantic 10 and you got a Power 4 opportunity, you were going, right? I mean, you know, you have to climb and or do you want to build? And I think now, you know, are you a climber? Are you a builder? I've always tried to be a builder. And I think we're building something here. But again, it goes back to, you know, the commitments Lou's made from a resource standpoint, from a, you know, all the various areas. So I would, you know, I would hate to, you know, you would never say, or I would never say, oh my God, I'm 100% no matter, you know what, because again, there's just, who knows what could happen in any scenario where, you know, man, you know, I mean, you just never know. What if I decide I'm done with coaching? You know what I mean? I want to retire. I mean, I'm too young for that, but you know, you just never know in any scenario what could happen. What I would say is I have every intention, 100% convicted of, that I'm going to be at SLU at 26, 27 and beyond. You know, I put, again, pen to paper, and people say, well, what is that? You know, why would you, you know, do that? And the reality is, you know, if I was to leave and that was something was to happen where I did leave, whether it was NBA or something crazy, you know, SLU would benefit tremendously from that as had I not signed the extension. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And so, you know, SLU would benefit tremendously much more than they would have, you know, had I been on my old contract. But my plan is to be here. I love it here. And again, I've had, you know, it's not like a hypothetical. We've had, you know, real deals and real opportunities and significantly more money in other opportunities, and I've stayed, and that's my plan.
So when I have been asked over the last few months, when you guys really got it going, and truly, Coach, I mean, you owned a good portion of the St. Louis sports scene like I have never seen in my career in St. Louis. And so it became a topic of, do you think he's going to go? Do you think he's going to stay? And I said, I have no idea. I don't even know if he knows. But I would go back to the first time you came in studio with us, and I didn't know the backstory on you at Lincoln Memorial and having the job interview in Terre Haute, and you told us the story about how you didn't want to take the interview. And if I'm not mistaken, it was the president of Lincoln Memorial, when you were turning around to head back to Tennessee, that said you owe it to yourself to at least take this interview. Am I correct on the details of that story?
Yeah, it was the old athletic director. So I had my president and athletic director at LMU, who I was really close with. The president retired, the athletic director left, and I was going to take, you know, I was going down to have this meeting in Lexington, Kentucky with Indiana State, and I got 10 minutes away, and I was like, I just looked at Natalia and said, I don't want to leave. And she said, then let's turn around. She wanted to stay as well. So we turned around and started driving back, and she, you know, I called the old AD, and I said, look, I'm not doing it. And he told me over 20 minutes why I should do it, why I need to go have the meeting. And I'll say this, and this is something that, you know, so when I was at LMU, you know, I was there for 13 years. And, you know, my dream job in Division II was Florida Southern. It's a long story, but it was in Lakeland, Florida. I grew up. I played NAIA in Florida. It was the coolest thing. Like, the coach there was super cool. A guy named Gordon Gibbons. I admired him. It was just the best D2 job in the country. They're a national championship contender. And so I was at LMU. I'd been there about 6 years at this point. Never been to the Elite Eight at the time, but Florida Southern wins the national championship. Their coach goes to, ironically, Wisconsin Green Bay. So they got a second shout out in this deal. But,
the Fighting Phoenix, I believe. Yeah.
The Fighting Phoenix, yes. Link Darner. Link Darner goes to Green Bay. And Florida Southern calls me, and they're like, look, we want to hire you. And I thought, oh, my God, this is my dream job in Division II. Like, I'm 100%, doing this. Like, I mean, this is amazing. I'm going to get a chance to go back to Florida where I grew up, Lakeland. And I went and told my AD, I said, look, they called me, they offered me the job. I'm going down there I don't want to say 100% because I'm not, but I can't see how I don't take this job. And he understood. I went down to Florida Southern. I spent 2 days in Lakeland with my wife and kids. And, when I got home, what I discovered when I interviewed and went down to Florida Southern was that LMU had made that job my dream job. Like everything I wanted a job over the time I'd been there, they had done it, and it actually had become Lincoln Memorial had become my D2 dream job over time. And that's sometimes you do that. You have these aspirations of I want this job, I want that job, and where you can lose sight sometimes is that the job you have can become your dream job. If it's the right people, they're committed, they're invested. And honestly, if the president and athletic director, hadn't, left LMU, I'd still be coaching in Division II there because that's how strongly I felt about, what we were doing. It was literally just a happenstance of Dr. Dawson retiring, Matt Green leaving, that opened the door for me to go to Indiana State. Otherwise, that door would have stayed shut. I would not have. I turned down a couple, multiple Division I head coaching jobs to stay there, and loved where I was. So that my point in all that is sometimes your dream job is just right where you are, but you have to look at other things to recognize what you have.
So, the reason I would tell people that story, Missouri's football coach, College Football Hall of Fame coach Gary Pinkel, had opportunities, and he had a really tough time leaving Toledo before he came to Missouri. And I always would tell people, if this guy gets it going in Columbia, he isn't going to go anywhere else. That's just his makeup. And I would draw parallels with you because of that LMU story. And so my question is, and this is not like chastising, what changed or has changed for you, if anything has changed, from where you didn't even want to leave LMU to then going to Indiana State, to then going to St. Louis University, and now in a position, which, hey, compliments to you that you have created this, along with, I'm sure you would say, of course, your staff and your players in the university, that you could now be in a spot where you could go, who knows? I mean, like you said, these things are now actually possibilities, whereas 5 years ago they weren't. So how does that, where is Josh Schertz, say, at 40 years old when he doesn't want to leave Tennessee and LMU to going, well, I don't know. Not that you're saying I don't know, but you don't want to close the book so people would go, oh, the guy lied to us.
Well, I would say even then I would have said, you can never guarantee anything, ever. Like there was situations, I'm sure, that would have arose at Lincoln Memorial that, I would have probably tabled. It was just would have had to be something so much better than what I had. I just don't think there was anything out there that was going to be such a great situation that I would have left Lincoln Memorial for. Like I love the people. I think if you're happy somewhere, you got to be very, very careful with messing with happy, right?
Yep.
Like if you appreciate and like, the athletic director you work with, the president you work with, the board is aligned and supported. The vast majority of places in America do not have alignment or support or commitment, right? And so when you have that, you better cherish that and feel really good about it. I felt that at Lincoln Memorial. I feel that at St. Louis. Indiana State was a totally different deal. That wasn't the case there. And the leadership there is different, than it is now. But, Indiana State, I think you can win, because of administrations, and sometimes you got to win despite administrations. And if you're winning somewhere despite the administration, that's not a place you want to be in a long-term deal. And the opportunity here, like I said, was, I've always said, you chase success, you don't chase money. If you have success, you'll always be okay financially. And when I left Indiana State, it was because I felt like that I had a chance here to be much more successful across the board. It wasn't just my salary. It was the assistant salary pool. It was what they were going to invest in NIL. It was the infrastructure and resources here at St. Louis. It was the alignment with, the board and Dr. Postello at the time and Chris and everybody about basketball and what it meant to the university and what could be here, what the possibilities were. And as I've gotten here, I took the job on those, and everything is significantly better now than when I took it over, 24 months ago. And, and so, if you're happy somewhere, like I said, things can always happen. There's always, the Miami Heat could say, look, we want to bring you in and head coach paid, whatever it is. And there's these far-fetched scenarios that who knows, like life is so fluid that if you were to give your word and say, look, I'm 100%, to this, and first, like I said, something crazy happens and you're not, then everybody goes back and says, well, look, he said this. And so he's dishonest because he told us he was, this. But I would say this, like at the end of the day, actions always speak louder than words. And, I've had opportunities. I'm very, very thoughtful when I do anything. I'm not an impulsive person. So I have to be I'm very, thoughtful about any decisions I make. I'm very intentional about decisions I make. And, I didn't decide to stay here at St. Louis haphazardly. It wasn't just it wasn't an emotional thing. It wasn't when I make decisions, there's a lot of thought given to them. I trust my instincts, but in the end of the day, I'm really going to think things through from every angle. And sometimes when you have really good opportunities, it makes the feeling you have for the situation you're in stronger. And I'm smart enough to know how good I have it at St. Louis. And again, I've told this to Chris. I mean, it had to be something that I can't even conceivably imagine for me to walk away from what I have here right now.
I was curious about your process. Your wife, your agent, friends in the business. When you've got something on the table, and maybe if they said to you, "Oh, you're crazy, dude, you got to take that." Maybe the agent's like, "Hey, I'm doing my job here. I got you more money. What's going on?" What is the process?
Well, I don't have an agent, so
okay. You don't have an agent? Wow.
No, I don't have an agent. But my wife and I got a really close, sounding board of friends, that I'll say, hey, look, this is the opportunity. This is what was presented to me. What do you guys think? And it's a very small, select group, inner circle people. So I talked it over with Natalia. Always, of course, that's first and foremost. This is an opportunity. What do you think? And I get her opinion. The good thing for Natalia is wherever we are, she always wants to stay. So I always know whatever it is. So when I was leaving Lincoln Memorial, she didn't want to do that. When I was leaving High Point to go to Lincoln Memorial, she was mad about that. When I left Lincoln Memorial to go to Terre Haute, she didn't want to do that. And when I left Terre Haute to come to St. Louis, she didn't want to do that either. So she's always on the side of just staying wherever we are. But no, she's always the first person to have a discussion with. And if she says no, then it would be no matter what I think.
Oh, wow. NBA, $20 million to coach the Lakers. Wife says, we ain't moving, buddy.
Listen, everybody that's married knows, if $20 million ain't worth the wrath of having to deal with her for the next 5 years. I mean, $20 million ain't worth the torture I'm going to have to listen to about it if I did something. If she was dogmatically no, it would be no. And then I have an inner circle that I bounce ideas off, and I'll say, look, this is where I am. And end of the day, you get different opinions, but again, I'm a pretty I'm with everything I do, decision making and recruiting, everything. I'm not impulsive. I'm a very deep thinker of what is best, and then I make those decisions. But the reality is, when I make them, I'm pretty convicted in what I'm doing, because I haven't just haphazardly gone in and just kind of flying by the seat of my pants and saying, okay, well, this job's a Power 4. When I was at LMU, this job's a Division 1. I stayed and I've stayed, here because and again, it's made me, if anything, the last few weeks have probably, increased how I feel about St. Louis, because I've had to really think about how I feel about St. Louis and how it compares, and is it willing, it's easy outside to say, well, you can make, I don't know, whatever, just take a number, you make an extra, couple $1 million over a contract. Are you willing to turn that down to stay at St. Louis? And, you better feel really good about that if you're going to turn down that kind of money to do it. And I have felt very good, and St. Louis is compensating me great, but money's, money. But at the end of the day, it's about people, it's about circumstances, and I'm very, very happy where I am, doing what I'm doing, and who I'm doing it with. And those things to me, my quality of life here is extremely high.
All right, Coach, for fear of this taking longer than the Dish's hair appointment, real quick, let's just roll through some roster retention. If you can, any commitments yet? Do we, McCautry, if you know, say it. If you don't, that's fine. How about McCautry for next year?
Yeah, I'll say this. I feel really good. So we could do, I feel really good. We have 11 guys who could return. We've had meetings. I don't want to go specifically because I don't want, anything could change with agents and stuff like that. But, 9 of the 11 players have fully committed to returning. And we got, one or two guys that are on the fence that we'll see. None of them that are on the fence were guys that were like all league, like all 3 of our all league guys. Everybody else is committed to returning. So, we'll return the core of our team for sure. I don't think there's any question about that.
So 9 of 11 have committed. How about that?
Yeah, and the 2, the other 2 are on the fence, not, hey, we're out. It's a little bit of a fence. I would like to get, if possible, all 11 back. But it's got to work financially. It's got to work financially for us. It's got to work financially for them. A lot of these guys could make more, because while we can do a lot, anybody can go, sit on the open market, and we just won 29 games. And, people got to see what our guys can do. And so there's going to be, every single person, not just me, that was a part of this team can certainly, if they wanted to, hold out and go make a little more money at a different place. But I think we got guys that are made up of the right stuff. And so, yeah, right now, 9 of 11 have said yes to, we're back and have agreed to we've agreed to the terms. We got to sign the contracts next week. And then there's 2 guys on the fence. But I feel pretty confident. We have a chance to go 11 for 11. I'd be disappointed if we didn't go, 10 for 11. But I feel really good about, where we are in terms of their commitment to us, to the program, to the city, to the university. And then we got to go do our work here in the spring to add the right pieces to put ourselves not just back where we were, but certainly hopefully be playing this weekend.
Did you say of the 9 that included the all league guys?
Yeah, no, all.
Okay.
Yeah,
so players who are all league.
Guys,
okay. So I think we know we can rattle those off ourselves. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So feel very good about those guys, and everybody's been very, like I said, I felt it. And again, I don't want to say for them because, these things are fluid too. Somebody could come in and throw something crazy at somebody, and then somebody says, well, they go and do it, and you could, double your salary. I don't want to, but everybody right now is in agreement with what we're doing, and certainly again, credit to St. Louis to SLU for providing us the resources to have the ability to retain these guys. I mean, that's, what you don't want to do is be a farm system for, the power force.
I've got to ask this while we have you. I have to because I know people are interested. There has been momentum, and I'm understanding of that from sources that I would consider to be quite credible with St. Louis University and the Big East. How important is that and the ability to get to that level to you as the head coach?
Yeah, I think, look, we're in a league where I think the tournament's going to expand to 76 first. I think that's going to happen here for next season. I'd be shocked
really?
if it doesn't. Yeah, I'd be beyond shocked if it doesn't. Which is going to hopefully doesn't change everything, but it'll certainly provide more access to bids to the Atlantic 10. I think in this landscape, which is constantly shape-shifting, you want to position yourself in a league that gets the most bids possible, right? Because that's ultimately what it comes down to, right? Is how many bids does your league get, and then how far do those teams advance, and then the unit payouts, right? Because every round you advance, you get more for your individual school, and also you get more for the league as a whole. So if you're in a league with 6 bids, better be in a league with 2 bids because you're going to constantly have more influx of revenue, and then the further they advance. So I think you're always looking to position yourself institutionally in a place that gives you the best chance at the most bids and the chance to play the deepest into the NCAA tournament and have programs around you that can do that. And so, that's what I would say. I mean, I think there's always the Atlantic 10. We got a new commissioner, who I think the world of, and Dan Leibovitz. I think the A10 needs to look at what can we do to crank bids back up, and I think there's some pathways to do that from scheduling and some other areas. I think Dan's going to, he coached in the league. He's been a head coach in college. He's been in he started as a GA in this league. So, now he's a commissioner, so it's a pretty cool story. But St. Louis would be negligent to not be looking in every way of, like, how do we position ourselves best to be in a league that maximizes NCAA tournament bids, maximizes, TV revenue rights, maximizes all the various areas. That's what a school is always looking to do. That's what you should be looking to do, is how do we best position ourselves? And, being where my feet are, that's in the A-10 certainly, in 26, 27. How do we do this? But moving forward, I think everybody's working towards that, and we'll see how it plays out. But certainly, Senator Schmidt has been beating that drum, and at SLU, we're thrilled. Like I said, we love the league we're in, but certainly our job is to look at and position ourselves as well as we can, and whatever that looks like here in the next couple of years, we'll certainly have to be ready to adapt and adjust and see what happens.
All right. Before we let you go, we had a caller by the name of Michael Gaines, who you may know. Oh, no. Coach.
He says he's committed to SLU. Now you're going to do this?
Well, if I told Gaines I'm going to do it, I got to keep my word. Okay. He called in earlier, and he wanted us to play this poem for you. This is Michael Gaines, passionate Billiken fan, with the poem for you, Coach. Here you go.
Coach Schertz, I think you're really cool. Please stop talking to other schools.
Yes.
With you at the helm, we can be the best at basketball. When you say St. Louis, you've said it all.
Wow, powerful. You don't need an agent when you got that.
Are you rethinking your commitment?
I hire him as my agent. I may need to hire him as my agent and see if we can bring him on. That was I guess that kind of rhymed.
It kind of rhymed. That's fair.
It's like T.S. Eliot, basically, similar.
Yeah. Papers really like that reference.
Wow.
You got Papers.
Well done.
That's a little T and a little S.
It's really nice.
Right. St. Louis native, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
He's on that Walk of Fame over on Delmar. You can't leave. We got a Walk of Fame. We got guys writing you poems.
Now you just can't leave.
Yeah, you can't. There, done.
We've been obviously home of poet laureates, so we have that with Michael and T.S. Eliot.
Coach, you sitting and watching and pulling for Dusty May tonight?
Oh yeah, I'll be pulling for Dusty now that he's gone. Now that they beat us, but yeah, I would love to see a Michigan, Iowa final. So we'll see what I don't know if they got to play in the finals. I don't know if it'd be Final Four. I don't know how the brackets.
No, that can happen. They would play in the championship game.
Okay, so there you go. I'm pulled for a Michigan Iowa national championship game and go from there. That's what I'll be putting down and hoping that works out that way.
Great conversation. Lots of stuff tended to here. Thank you so much for joining us. That's why you're such a wonderful co-host. And honestly, if I'm Doug and I'm live streaming right now, I think I'm out of a job.
Bullets.
Yeah, I think I'm out of a job.
Yeah, well, Doug, we can always change, and Doug could get these questions, and then I can just
flip roles.
I'd like to be the questioner, not the questionee. So that's good. I'm happy to trade with the Wizard of Questwood anytime.
Coach, we appreciate it as always. Thanks so much for the time, man.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Have a great day.
You too. That's Josh Schertz with us here on TMA. He threw out the roll bills there at the end, and he coined the 2026 Cardinals slogan, Let's Ho Cardinals. We've got slogans, a thorough interview there with the head coach of the Billikens. Your thoughts on what he had to say. We got a break. It's TMA 101 ESPN. You go to VIP Auto Accessories, and they take care of everything. They're a one-stop shop. That's Tommy Cebulka and Brian Grigg at VIP Auto Accessories. I got to get my car over there now that I'm back in town to tend to these scratches that my kids have created on my car and get my windows tinted, and I just drop it off over there, and they take care of everything. They're a one-stop shop. People bring their vehicles to 4 or 5 different places when everything can be done in-house at VIP Auto Accessories, in business in St. Louis since 1979 and online at VIPAutoaccessories.com. They really do have a stellar reputation. They're in the business of making money just like any other business, but they don't make money when your truck is on their lot. VIP Auto Accessories has great installers who care and take pride in their work. When I met with Tommy and Brian a couple of weeks here at the station, I was like, you guys own now? And they're like, no, we work there, and we're proud of the business that we have built, and we want to continue to grow. Well, I am very impressed, and that is why I am going to be a customer of VIP Auto Accessories. Commercial upfits, graphic solutions, hail repair, and touch-up aftermarket. It's all there under one roof, and they can significantly reduce the time your fleet's off the streets, giving you a very quick turnaround time. And if it can be done, VIP Auto Accessories can probably do it. Window tinting's a lifetime warranty, and window tints are perfect for the summer to keep your kids cool in the car. It's VIP Auto Accessories online at VIPAutoaccessories.com. Welcome back. It is the Morning After 101 ESPN. What a presentation here. What a presentation the last couple day papers. You know, you've earned this weekend these ladies flying into town for you.
That's right.
And there's Chairman Kurt applauding.
Hey, thank you.
Oh, and you just doffed your cap. He just doffed his cap.
Yep.
You're J.J. Weatherholt. You're Alec Burleson.
I'm like City Field, and Paul Skeens got pulled in the first yesterday.
That's right.
The inverse
like
of the B-fib.
Weatherholt, Burleson, they kind of push him up there. Jackson just jumped right up.
And how about McGreevy telling us that they didn't know about, because they're all young, they didn't know how the curtain calls work, and so it was the Cardinal training staff that told the guys to go up there.
Yeah, that was great.
What a spot that is.
That's how young they are.
That's how young
Nobody knows what to do with a curtain call.
Right. Sometimes they give them the silent treatment on the first home run, but how could you in that situation?
What a program here. Now we're going to be able to catch up a little bit.
We're just great.
We are great. You know what?
The Texan always tells us we suck. I'm going to just start countering
You're going to
that.
counter it.
Yeah.
So we had Vitale on with the Blues win. We talked a hell of a lot about ILL, and they could be heading to the Final Four here in about 36 hours. But Cardinal opening day, so Vitale with the Blues win, 6 points back of a playoff spot, now 7.4% per money puck. McGreevy called in. Jackson answered the phone. What's up, man? It's Papers.
That's right.
Like he's meeting him in an alley, behind the St. Gabriel's
I want him to feel
picnic.
welcome,
And then that's how we found out that they didn't know how to handle the curtain call. And McGreevy, who's starting tomorrow, is like, I wish I was pitching today because we want to carry the energy over. And then we had Josh Schertz on for 42 minutes. So here's the program. For those of you who listen every minute of this program, and I assure you we're all grateful for it, but when we do segments this long, it's like getting your cigarette boat at the Lake of the Ozarks. Yeah, it's great on Memorial Day weekend, but eventually you have to pay for it. And that's what we're going to be doing quite a bit over the next hour and 20 minutes. And so I just want to brief you on that in advance. But we've got to talk about what Josh Schertz had to say. I mean, I don't know if there was a stone left unturned there, Martin.
And I think people were saying, you had both. I'm going to run through a wall for this guy. I love it. He loves St. Louis. A couple would say, he's out of here.
Yeah, well, some guy in Indiana, that's the only one I saw. I don't know how you could listen to that and go, yeah, he wants to get out of here and he's lying, but I think that's an Indiana State guy, and God bless him for finding us and hate listening for Josh Schertz 3 years later.
Well, Kurt and I were talking after the segment, and I said it's the most honest answer you can give. 100% if an NBA job opens and they call him and he loves the NBA, sure he would go. If North Carolina tomorrow offered him, I think he'd have to go. You do. And so you can't say I'm 100%, 100,000%. I understand why you always leave that open just a little bit, but he loves what's happening at SLU. I think everything he said, and I actually went and looked at so he says 9 of the 11 are return. There's so much to get to with him. He gives great answers, but they're so thoughtful and in-depth. You don't want to keep going and going. And I'm like, we got to get to a lot of different things. When he said 9 of the 11, he did say, including all the league guys, Trey Green, Amari McCautry, Kellen Thames, were all third-team A-10, which means, because Thames I thought was kind of a on-the-fence guy.
I did too.
So to me, when he says all of the league award guys are back, that's Trey Green, Amari McCautry, and Kellen Thames. So 9 of 11. I think his commitment to SLU, I love the wife angle. She didn't want to leave Indiana State to come to St. Louis. Nothing against Terre Haute, but she didn't want to leave there.
But she didn't want to leave Lincoln Memorial to go to Terre Haute.
Memorial, yeah. So I think I think everything he said, I don't think, if anything, his AD or his SID, Kunderman, they might be like, Coach, don't say so much.
But it's so refreshing.
It is. It's
so
awesome.
Great. And that's why people who probably 5 months ago didn't even know St. Louis University was playing are Billiken fans now. And that's why it's so. And you can go, okay, well, if an assistant can take over who knows his system, and that would be wonderful. And it would maybe that guy would be great. But he is the reason why people got invested. Don't get me wrong. The team did what the team did. The building is wonderful, but it's his messaging and that people can buy in that has gotten this market invested. Again, I point out in 2014, they were a 5 seed. And I know we had to have talked about it, and Jim Cruz was on, and we played the Digger Felts, Jimmy Cruz, Don't Let Me Down, Jimmy Cruz. So we were obviously talking about it. We went to lunch with Majerus at Adriana's because he would come on the show and not want to talk about basketball and wanted to discuss movies with us at Adriana's, which was wonderful. But as far as the investment the public has, as I've said, I don't know if it was Luchtefeld who said it or Troy Robertson who said it, or maybe both of them. It's Charlie Spoonhour's personality with Rick Majerus's basketball mind, and that's why it's so important that he stays. And then he gives you the transparency on the tournament expanding, the 9 of 11, the Big East answer. I mean, I have to fire the Big East thing 40 minutes into the interview, but I'm like, we got him now. I'm not going to not do it. So I told Jackson in the break, if the powers that be here at the station are mad because we've done, and they're going to be mad, what do you ask? We just got breaks. We just got to do it. That's how the station exists. Revenue, of course, from advertisers, but I'm like, I got to do this. We got to ask these questions. So blame me. But then he answers the things. I think 99% of coaches that go, well, we're just happy to be in the Big Ten or A10, and whatever goes on behind the scenes, we just always want to advance. But he gives you a thorough answer on that.
And I think because he's such an open book, that's why you can legitimately say, yeah, I believe him when he says he wants to be here. I believe that he would only leave for something unbelievable. He's been offered more money. I think that transparency allows for a little bit of credibility on this topic. It's a little bit, to me, like the DeWitts owning the Cardinals. Everybody, they're going to sell. They said that day one. They're going to sell the team. So when they do, after 40 years, I knew it. They were always. So when Schertz leaves in a year or 2 or 3 or 4 or whatever, yeah, I told you guys. I knew it. Like eventually, see, I knew it. I think he's giving you as honest of an answer as you're going to get from any college coach in America.
Exactly right. I mean, it's just so damn refreshing. Schertz is leaning me towards buying season tickets for the Pelicans. How about that? That's from the Pirates beat writer. There's just something to be said for that, you know. And I think his transparency in the face, 42 minutes with us, answering questions as thoroughly as possible. What else could?
How about
you
him not having an agent? I just couldn't
believe that.
I assumed now that he's at this level and he's getting mentioned for some high-profile jobs, I just assumed the agent was fielding all those calls. It's unbelievable.
I couldn't be more. I think that might have been the biggest surprise of the whole interview, honestly, as crazy as that sounds. All right, your thoughts are welcome. Some wonderful text coming in, 314-399-9646. Hell of an interview. He is a treasure, honesty, normalcy, etc. If anyone were to blame for an NBA gig, or if anyone were to blame him for going to an NBA gig or a top college gig, they are ignorant. That's from Handy Randy, 37 years old. I never watched or cared about St. Louis University until this year. That is from the 314. And Wedding Tackle says, it's nice to hear that someone doesn't put money on the highest pedestal. And his logic is exactly right. If you have success, the money will follow. And so he's exactly right. I mean, I think the man turned down probably a couple extra $1 million. It sounds like that Syracuse thing had to be real. I mean, we couldn't get into this.
And maybe Providence and maybe K-State. You know, I'm not sure which one.
I think
specific.
I don't know. I don't know how real the Providence one was. I mean, I think it was more like Twitter people. But
we probably should have asked him. He would have been like, "Well, Providence offered me $4 million.
Exactly.
Syracuse offered $6 million." He just starts rolling through it all.
We got plenty more to get to here on the program. We got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. We've got drops of the week. God only knows what else we've got, but we've got plenty. And as Virginia, the happy caller,
I can't wait.
She's going to be on. Martin, maybe I always say to Doug, let's do 6 hours today. Let's do 8 hours today. 8 hours of the program. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Well, I'm looking at the skies to the southwest here from the 101 ESPN studios, and they look threatening. I know that we are having a significant change in temperatures from yesterday's 93 degrees to what we've got going on now, where it is cold, and when that happens, you have storms. So that's the nature of March and April and May in St. Louis. And so what winds up happening is people have to deal with potential storm damage. Any roof, no matter how well installed or the materials, requires regular maintenance. In the past, no one cared about that because you waited for a hailstorm, you paid your deductible, and insurance bought you a new roof. Those days are over, though, and that's where Roof Restore comes into play at notanewroof.com. Notanewroof.com. That's Michael Mahoney's business, and Michael Mahoney knows how to help you out. Whether you feel the pain now or 10 years from now, the time is now to do preventative maintenance and get the most life out of that roof. A few $100s a year in maintenance and shingle treatment can save you thousands over the life of your roof and delay those giant $15,000, $20,000, $30,000 expenditures by up to 15 15 years. Check out notanewroof.com and begin the process of saving your roof and therefore saving you money. Notanewroof.com. It's Roof Restore. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Doug Vaughn vacationing in the Hamptons. He'll be back on Tuesday. The program has featured here today Joey Vitale, Michael McGreevy, and Josh Schertz. I would recommend podcasting it, and podcasting it like the Dickens in a major way. A friend of the program, my former roommate, Matt Poling, texting the program, enjoying it. He of city representation. And he is enjoying the presentation today. If you haven't had a chance to listen, it is a good one to go back and podcast because you got it all in addition to ILL on the precipice of going to the Final Four, coming off of the Cardinal opening day win and the Blues getting the win against the Sharks. Martin, we've gone from the winter of our discontent to the spring of a St. Louis sports season rebirth. Hello again, everybody.
What could go wrong?
What?
We'll be here on Monday. What a crappy weekend.
Yeah.
What happened to all of our great teams?
Yeah.
Schertz is going to Carolina.
Yeah.
Like, can you imagine
Yeah.
all
What a
the
turn.
things that could turn? But you got to enjoy it, man. You got to have fun with it. I mean, Jackson telling a big leaguer, hey, it's papers, what's up? I mean, to me, that's the headline.
Yeah.
Like, this guy is
Josh Schertz doesn't have an agent.
So
The NCAA tournament
arrived.
expanding.
And Victoria's on hold. How is that?
Virginia/Victoria is on the line. Virginia, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Virginia. It's Virginia.
Welcome back to the show. You were giving kind of a cautionary tale when you called in on Wednesday saying, if the Cardinals get off to a good start, if they have a good game, let's celebrate it. Let's not look down on it. How do you feel after what was a magical opener yesterday, Virginia?
Magical opener is exactly it. It was fantastic. Like, the building was, like, literally vibrating. Lots of people. I'm trying to keep things in perspective. I am not one of those, oh my gosh, here we go. We just punched our ticket to postseason. I know. I'm well aware this weekend could be a total disaster. But I am optimistic, and I have hope for this young team. They showed grit. They were down 6. They were down. Some people started to leave, actually. But
I thought it was pretty. I thought it seemed to me like from afar. I was watching from one Cardinal away. I thought a ton of people were still in their seats when they came back. I was surprised more didn't leave.
I had a hard time telling. I was up in section 441. That's my favorite section. My section stayed packed, but I know some people were leaving to go to the Blues game anyway. Okay. So it's not. I couldn't tell like one way or the other. But I did. I can't take credit for Burleson, but I did say, Burley, we need a Burley bomb right now, and it happened. I'm just putting it out there.
Seance.
Wow, how about that? I didn't know about that.
I mean, it's a well kept secret, but I feel like, I have a full time job. I have 4 kids, so I can't come to every game. So
Typical in our demo.
My kids play club soccer and baseball. This is their season right now, so I can't come to a lot of the games. But to answer your question, I feel like what they need, is support. It helps them rally. Will it be pretty every time? I don't think so. But I think, this is a really good sign. This should give people hope that the boys may not get, to the World Series, but they can be competitive. And I think that's what we need to hold on to. We need to be competitive.
Did you hear McGreevy on the show earlier, Virginia?
I listened to him. I like McGreevy. He looks like a kid, but he's a good pitcher.
Yeah, how about the fact that he said he wished he was pitching today instead of tomorrow because they'd love to come back to the ballpark after that energy and continue to ride the high.
I agree. I don't know why there's a gap, but,
they do that for the opener in case you get bad weather at this time of year, and then you can just move the opener the next day.
Okay. Yeah, no, I agree with them. You want to ride that high, which that was great. Everybody was on fire. So absolutely. I totally agree. But I'll be streaming on whatever platform this weekend to watch them. I personally, when Newt Bar came out and everybody was like, Newt, cheering for Newt, I was like, dang, Church played really well. I don't know what they're going to do. I'm assuming they'll continue to move the guys around, but how?
Well, I don't think you have to worry about it for a couple of months because Newt's.
Well,
he's on the 60-day deal. I wouldn't. That'll decide itself, is what we like to say, Virginia. Have any of your friends noted that you call into the show? I wonder if anybody has noticed your presence here.
My coworkers. First of all, I work at a school with nothing but Cubs fans, and my sister, unfortunately, is a Dodgers fan. So when I come to work, I get heckled for being a Cardinals fan or a Chiefs fan. Either way, it's hard for me when I come to work. but I hold it down either way. So they know, and they know I call in. They know.
Okay. They know.
They know me.
Well, you're becoming a fan favorite. It's
Fan
tough
favorite.
to win over the text inbox, but Pele Blanco says, I love Virginia. First time Virginia listener, I can dig it. That's from Stepdad Gary.
You can dig it.
And I don't know what
Let's
this
go.
means. Can Virginia please nurse me? That's from the stay-at-home trailer park dad. You never know what you're going to find in that Air Comfort Service text inbox, Virginia, but it sounds like they like your calls, and that's tough to do on this program where nearly everyone who calls in gets lit up in the text inbox. So you've won them over.
Well, that's okay. I stay off of social media because my optimism was not well received on most Cardinals fan pages, which is crazy because it's a fan page. But
Trust me, we can relate.
But I appreciate you guys listening to me again. I think we can be competitive. Will we win every game? No. Am I delusional? And I'm like, oh, we're World Series. But I do think people like a good Cinderella story.
It does seem, Virginia, that your work productivity may have suffered the last couple of days.
I'm not gonna lie. I mean, it's baseball season, so they already know what
whole
to expect from me.
We're getting a lot of whether this is the nature of the show. If anybody here, this is where I need Doug here to say, oh boy, it's a girl. The listeners want to know if you're single.
I am married 20 years strong.
20 years strong. So it doesn't sound like there's a lot of opening there to being receptive to going out with any of these listeners.
Not at all.
Okay, well, I think that will close the book on that.
Close the book on that. Does your husband know that you call this show?
He does. He is listening.
All right.
Nice.
Yeah. Yep. He's a big baseball fan, too. We both love baseball, both love football, both love hockey. So.
God bless.
All right. Well, thank God, because occasionally we talk about sports.
And I heard, so I thought I would call in, just give my 2 cents. But I got to get back to work, but I do appreciate you guys.
She's got to go. We finally have a listener who has a job that has to go.
Thanks, Virginia. Have a good weekend.
Thank you. All right.
See ya. That's Virginia with us here. And somehow a fan favorite of the audience. That's very rare.
I was wondering how long it would take. Are you single?
Oh, it happened.
I thought it would happen, yeah. First 5 seconds of a first call.
Happened on quite a bit. How about this, Sharon and Clayton? If Virginia is on the Real Housewives of TMA, I'm in too.
There we go.
Wow. Significant moment there. I thought Sharon and Clayton was going to wind up, I think, $5-6 million. But now all it takes is Virginia's presence. Yeah. Absolutely. Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Drops of the week. All kinds of fun and games coming up here in the Design Air Heating and Cooling 10 o'clock hour on the morning after. 100 West Dental is Dr. Brandon Pryor, and that's on Manchester in Baldwin and online at 100westdental.com. That's Dr. Brandon Pryor and 100 West Dental, and I am a very happy patient of Dr. Brandon Pryor. They do more than just your typical dentist. They don't just clean teeth. 100 West Dental rebuilds smiles and confidence. If you have worn teeth, chipped edges, gaps, Dr. Pryor handles the heavy lifting with veneers, bonding, and full mouth rehabs. Right now, they're offering complimentary consultations. So if you're tired of that jagged look, go to 100westdental.com and book an in-person consult online or submit a virtual consultation request right from your phone. Stop smiling with your mouth closed in photos. Go see Dr. Pryor. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Right now, new FanDuel customers can get up to $300 back in bonus bets every day for 10 days. Here's how it works. Place a tournament bet using the token, and if it doesn't win, you'll get up to $300 back in bonus bets every single day for 10 straight days. You can even mix things up with same-game parlays for a shot at a bigger payout. So you can check it out at FanDuel.com/local to sign up today. Martin, what play do you have this evening?
Looking at the games tonight, I'll tell you, here's my lock, okay? I want to give you a lead pipe.
All right, what do we got?
Iowa State's going to cover. Iowa State, 3.5.
State, 3.5.
Tennessee, you're done.
Wow.
TJ,
Jackson's on board with that. He likes it.
TJ and the Pretzel Burger, whatever, they're moving on. They're minus 3.5 Iowa State, not a problem. See you, Rick Barnes.
Martin has said it's over for Rick Barnes. Jackson likes Rick Barnes. He doesn't like Tennessee.
Right. Schertz takes the job. I'll take it all back.
That's what's going to happen. Right. Check it out. Visit FanDuel.com/local to sign up today. So visit FanDuel.com/local to sign up today. Must be 21 or older and present in Missouri. Bonus bets are non-withdrawable and expire 7 days after receipt. Tokens are received in increments of 1 per day. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, this is Jackson with the Sports Center Update. That's brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. We have Sweet 16 coverage starting right here on 101 ESPN at 6 p.m., so you can check it all out here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center Update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
Welcome back. It is the Morning After 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Doug Vaughn vacationing in the Hamptons. Jackson Burkett's on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt filtering emails and filtering phone calls here on the presentation. Joey Vitale, Mike McGreevy, and Josh Schertz with us earlier. Highly recommend to go on to the TMA STL YouTube channel, and you can podcast right there. You can subscribe to the TMA STL podcast and go back and podcast, but this is one I would highly recommend subscribing to and listening to all the conversations. Great with Vitale, McGreevy, and Coach Schertz, who was with us for 42 minutes. Ryan Luchtefeld is our Billiken correspondent, and he's online at delmarmortgage.com. His direct number is 618-593-3608. At Delmar Mortgage, you're going to get the personal, local touch, but with all the necessary technology to make the process smooth and easy. Pre-approvals and fast-track options that'll make your offer stick out to local sellers and listing agents, and closings in as little as 2 weeks. It's Delmar Mortgage and Ryan Luchtefeld. His number, 618-593-3608. 618-593-3608. Call Ryan first. He's been doing it for 22 years. 13 of those have been with Delmar Mortgage. Ryan Luchtefeld, Delmar Mortgage, 618-593-3608. It's time for our Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day. And we're down the stretch here on the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Month and the Schaefer Door Company podcast with giving away the garage door from Jason Gosserow and Schaefer Door Company. And so Chairman Kurt has filtered it to our 3 leaders who are tied at 3. What up, man? It's Poor Film Student. Opening day was a roller coaster. Even this year, the rebuild, we as fans, we can't help but let a bit of belief slip into the cold logic of the situation. 1-0. The league just may be our oyster. A voice in the back of our heads whispers, what if everyone else is wrong? What if the spirit of Stan Musial has been transferred and is running around in J.J. Weatherholt's body now? Sick. But if not, this is what being a fan is. The ultimate satisfaction would be nothing without heartbreak. The juice will be worth the squeeze. When the team blows an already somewhat meaningless save against the Pirates on a mid-June weeknight and you punch that hole in the drywall in front of your wife and kids, that's just how you know you really are alive. That's from the Poor Film Student, Martin.
Got some deep thoughts there.
Steve, Poor Film Student, yeah. One of our leaders tied at 3 wins here with 3 emails left this month. Steve Cusimano is a man among men.
I wish I had it on audio.
He is a guy who can spend 12 hours broadcasting excellence on opening day between ESPN and Keishi, and then still enjoy boat drinks with Rick at Tin Roof. He can be professional on air, assuming that there is the right lighting, and still go home to nooning tree to arrange that spring carport garage sale. Steve hits his 7-iron 141 yards, and his dad jokes are legendary. He has the confidence to put those toy ducks on the dashboard of both of his cars, driving a Range Rover and a LeBaron. Steve and Doug both enjoy the salt life, even if that takes place in Portland and the Lake of the Ozarks. Steve is ready if Doug wants him to repop, and even infiltrated the double-secret TMA fan page that chose obscurity rather than selling to Tim. That's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of the Dads, who are sentient AF. And finally, this is the type of show that you have to listen to for months, maybe years, before you finally understand what it's about. This morning, my wife and I were in the car after dropping our kids off at Academy. Like that.
Okay.
Their day will be filled with violin lessons, 17th century oil painting techniques, classical French cooking methods, and geopolitical negotiation tactics. Now kidless for the day, my wife and I were on our way to the coffee shop. We sat in silence as we drove and listened to the show. Before going to commercial, Tim was talking about the Blues, and he referred to a text that was sent in earlier by Sniffin' Holes. We sat in awkward silence, one of us with complete understanding as to who that texter is, the other wondering what that text name meant. No words were spoken. We acted like it didn't happen, just like you'd do if you'd heard your partner toot in their sleep. This show has calloused me to otherwise inappropriate nicknames like Sniffin' Holes and Lil Tommy Tribbins and Harrison's brother Master. I would reference some of the names Kevin Miller usually lists out, but I'm educated and I am unable to misspell that many words in a single email. In hindsight, it's impressive Kevin misspells that many words because it's 2026 and there's spell check on every piece of technology. Yeah. P.S. I looked at Cardinal tickets for this weekend, and wouldn't you know it, the all-you-can-eat tickets are sold out all the way to mid-April. We're 1-0, baby. Only 160 more wins needed. Go Redbirds. Let's ho Cardinals. That's from Chet's neighbor, and that's what we have for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. We'll announce the winner coming up in about 25 minutes. Program's called The Morning After. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN from the Stiefel Studios.
Caw, you hear that, Battlehawks fans? That's the sound of Battlehawks football returning to the Dome for the 2026 season, and Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken wants you to be a part of it. That's why their new Battlehawks box will get you 4 of their famous hand-breaded chicken strips and an order of potato wedges, plus a code valid for buy one, get one free Battlehawks tickets. Isn't that a real sweet deal? And with this deal, you can get game day ready with a Battlehawks box for just $9.99 at any St. Louis Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken location. Again, it gets you 4 famous hand-breaded chicken strips and an order of potato wedges. And on top of that, you get a code valid for buy one, get one free Battlehawks tickets. You can get the Battlehawks box in-store or by ordering online on Lee's new mobile app, where you can also earn points for free food and discount. That's the Battlehawks partnering with Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken.
It's TMA 101 ESPN, Design Air, sponsor of the 10 o'clock hour here on the program. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the presentation. Little Jackie Papers has a wide variety of things prepared for us today. What haven't we gotten to that we need to get to? Because there's so much going on.
Drops of the week presented to us by VIP Auto Accessories.
Yeah, Tommy Sabulka and Brian Grigg, VIP Auto Accessories, drops of the week.
Morning after.
Drops of the week.
Yeah, you gotta drop it like a hot dog.
It's a wonderful drop. Indeed it is.
Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off.
Flip that off.
What do you have to pay? How much is it to take your clothes off and just walk around?
The morning show is very they have like almost like a cult like following there, and they do a lot of emails, and they kind of scratch the surface with sports and also dive into other things.
Doug, put it in my book.
Okay, put him down.
Right there.
Put him down.
The gay stuff has always been a pretty big part of the show, so.
He's a bee in my bonnet.
This has been a tough day for listening.
Being listed as a fair ball. Did it bounce into the stands? I think it did. Or is it a home run? I'm going to call it a homer. It is a home run for Alec Burleson down the left field line.
This market has pillow soft media.
I actually, I just got out of Union Walmart.
Anal Anonymous. Big Tough has described Joe as a tired old queen.
That was Drops of the Week.
Oh, I forgot about Caller Kurt, who I think might be meeting Jackson for drinks today.
Yeah, I'm telling you, Caller Kurt likes you. Now, again, he's a 40-year-old gentleman who's married with 2 children.
Allegedly.
I mean them at the Union Walmart, I can tell you that much.
Oh, jeez.
Caller Kurt.
So the meeting up with him was not the issue, Tim. It was where.
It's where.
Well, it was the place,
What?
No, we understood that. That's what where means.
Tim, if
Well, in some
Tim's going to
definitions.
rewind the tape, what I said was meeting up with him is not the issue. It's where.
It's a tough day for listening.
314-399-9646 is where you can text into this program. YouTube.com/TMASTL is where you can watch the program. And you can talk it over with other TMA listeners in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat and subscribe to the TMA STL YouTube channel here on 101 ESPN. It is The Morning After, presented by Brian Crouppen, 101 ESPN. It's TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. We're going to announce the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up. PK and Ferrario at the top of the hour. The program today featuring Joey Vitale, Mike McGreevy, and Josh Schertz, 42-minute interview. McGreevy loved the song that was prepared for him so much that he asked me to have it sent to him so he could entertain his teammates with it. So, papers, tip of the cap.
Big ups to
Rogers and Hammertoe?
Rogers and Hammertoe. That was who sent that. Chairman, you were in the studio. Yeah, Rogers and Hammertoe sent that.
Yeah, tip of the cap on that one.
Yeah, we had Schertz, McGreevy, Joey Vitale, and then a poem.
A wonderful poem from Michael Gaines. We had Virginia. Tim, what is going on with you and Stu Durando? What a question to be asked. What is going on with me and Stu Durando? What does that mean?
I have no idea.
Now, I am a Stu on Slew. I believe that's the name of his Substack, subscriber.
Right. He was tweeting out during our interview with Coach Schertz, as you can imagine, some big things being mentioned, but I didn't see any interaction. I saw him tweet Martin.
I mean, if there's, well, I'm not real active on Twitter unless it's that mom from the LSU White House visit in 2019 gif. Other than that, I'm pretty much docile there. I did post from my Instagram account yesterday, me at FanDuel Sports, Fairmount Park, Martin, delivering the brick. And I got...
Was that real?
Oh, that was real.
Okay.
I really did drive over there to make the bet. I got the ticket. It's in the lockbox. And I got it at 68.5.
Yeah, it's a good play, man.
Holy crap. I got it at 68.5, not 69.5. It dropped because I was high on it. The market moved the other way.
At this rate, you'll be there in 2.5, 3 months.
So the thinking is McKernan's all over the over. Go up
under. Okay. That's exactly right. Can't blame him. But other than that, I don't know. I have Stu Durando's just like a nice man who has a Substack.
And I'm happy for him because it's been a great year.
It was a smart move. So I don't know what that means.
It's a great time to be in on Slew and to have a coach this accessible.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah, good timing. It's just like what the Colonel did with Power Mizzou. Sharp move. Tip of the cap. Somebody needs to do that with the Cardinals. I got to say, this is a brief aside. This is not a shot at all, to be crystal clear. But the fact that MLB.com and The Athletic doesn't have a Cardinal writer right now sucks. That's it. It's not a shot at anybody. It's just a general observation.
That was the John Denton role.
Correct. And Katie Woo
was the Athletic. And
right.
Denton is now...
And I'm a fan of Derek Gould's writing and really enjoy it. And I saw Derek down in space. So that's not like, this isn't... there are no shots. I don't really care. I care about my handicap and gambling and hoping to have a threesome. That's it. That's all I'm interested in. There's no
and you
agendas.
Can tweet that.
I would tweet that, actually. Yeah. But in general, I'm just like, that sucks for the market that you don't have all of that coverage. So if I'm somebody who wants to get going, and maybe Jeff Jones is doing that? Is he doing that? Were you saying
Jeff
that?
Jones is doing his own subscription.
So is he doing like a Stu on Slew thing?
I think so. It's called...
Okay, well then smart move by Jeff Jones.
So Jeff Jones is doing words about birds, and then John Denton, who covered the Cardinals for MLB.com, is back for a site. I honestly don't know off the top of my head what it was called, but he said, and I saw him down there yesterday. So Denton is still doing day-to-day Cardinal coverage for some outlet. Jeff Jones has always been posting things online. Now it has you can be a subscriber. And then the Cardinals.com. I know Brendan Schaefer is doing Cardinals.com. That Kyle Reese is doing Cardinals. I don't know if that's the same as the MLB.com.
I like that Brendan Schaefer and I like that Kyle Reese.
So I guess so. Maybe they're kind of teaming up to do
Kyle
stuff.
Reese is like a TMA guy.
Yeah, absolutely. I like Kyle Reese. Round Table is the name of John Denton's new
John Denton's okay. And
but the general observation is, I don't think MLB is sending Brendan. Maybe they are, and I apologize if I'm wrong.
Like traveling and things like that.
10 years or something, like traveling, and then the Athletic not having somebody taking over for Katie's spot,
right?
So this isn't like the Athletic. The media's soft. This isn't any of that crap. I'm not interested in it. I'm just making the observation that if I am a fan, I like some depth of coverage, and it's not like we have the NBA and the NFL here. You know what I mean? So that's where I'm coming
Especially coming out of a game like that, you're looking to consume it. And we were even saying if the Cardinals would tweet out more audio, it'd be more fun. Put Weatherhold on Instagram. Just post-game press conference.
Yeah, 100%.
I was asking you guys this off air, and I'm also asking this in good faith. This isn't like passive aggressive stuff. I'm really asking. I'm sitting at my house last night, and I'm like, I want to watch all the post-game stuff, and I didn't get a chance to watch it live. Went out with my boys after the game. And I go to YouTube, and it's not there.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what in the hell? And then I subscribed to MLB TV after Anook was on with us yesterday, Martin. He explained it very clearly how to do it. We've been very complimentary of the production. But then you go to MLB TV, and you can't rewatch the post-game show.
Right.
As far as I know, you can't. I looked, and I looked, and I looked, and the only post-game sound was the Cat interviewing Weatherholt on the field and like a minute and a half of Ali Marmol. That's it. That's a miss for MLB. But I don't know if that's an MLB thing or if it's a Cardinal thing.
Right.
But in 2026, man, you want everything out there.
Right.
Especially when it's so, hold this MFR up and you got it.
And there's so many outlets to put it
So
on.
I don't get it.
Right.
I don't get it. That's a miss. I mean, that stuff's going on at leagues way smaller than the MLB. I don't get it. James Carlton's my guy. He's been my guy since 2019, and now he's Jackson's guy. He's Jamie Rivers' guy. He's Brandon Kiley's guy. He can become your guy as well at 314-961-4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net. That's James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Big-time TMA sponsor, big-time Tim McKernan Show podcast sponsor, and can save you money. Support the sponsors and save money. What else can you ask for? 314-961-4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net. James can save you so much money on your automotive insurance. Why not make the phone call? That's how you gain leverage. If you just keep re-upping with your person, then that's how you get bad rates. 314-961-4800. Go online at carltoninsurance.net. It's TMA 101 ESPN. If you've opened your energy bill lately and thought there has to be a better way, you're probably right. Drafty, outdated windows can quietly drain your wallet month after month, letting warm air escape in the winter, cool air leak out in the summer, and forcing your HVAC system to work overtime. Well, March is that time of year when a lot of us are thinking about fresh starts and maybe even getting a tax refund. And instead of spending that money on something temporary, what if you invested in something that improves your home for decades? Universal Windows Direct makes that decision easy. Right now, when you buy 2 windows, you get 2 free. And there's no limit. The more you upgrade, the more you save. Plus, you get 24 months with no payments and no interest, giving you 2 full years to enjoy the comfort before paying a dime. And this month, they're also offering a $500 bonus off your home improvement project. Call 314-334-2522 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free estimate today. Buy 2, get 2 free. No payments, no interest for 24 months. $500 off your project. Upgrade now and enjoy comfort that lasts for decades. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues off today. Back in action tomorrow as they take on the Maple Leafs. Pregame at 5, puck drop at 6 right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. BK and Ferrario coming up at the top of the hour. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. Doug vacationing. He will be back on Tuesday.
You better hurry back, man. This Schertz seems to be
Schertz kind of sent a message today with his appearance on the program. What a weekend we got here, Papers. I mean, tonight it starts.
Yep. We got some NCAA tournament action tonight. That goes into a Cardinal game, Blues game, more NCAA tournament action, more NCAA tournament action on Sunday. Well, we got Masters in 2 weeks.
How do you do?
What a time to be alive.
Amen. Look at you.
What a time to be in St. Louis.
And you got ladies flying in to see you from, I don't even know, I assume, like SoCal.
Scottsdale.
I actually was thinking Manila. No offense.
Bangkok.
Yeah, well, we don't judge.
No.
Yeah, we don't kick shit.
No.
Who won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day today?
Good
to take
question,
a lead
really
with 2 more emails of the day remaining in the month of March.
That's a really good question. I got a winner for you. No longer a tie at the top of the leaderboard because Chet's neighbor.
Wow.
Takes it home.
Neighbor.
Whoa, and it's March 27th.
Yep, this is it. Chet's neighbor can clinch with a win on Monday for the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Month prize from Schaefer Door Company, a $5,000 garage door from Jason Gassrow and Schaefer Door Company and the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the day.
Yeah, that'll do it for Martin & Co.
Yeah, Martin & Co.
That's what Stu Durando was
A buddy
quoting.
of mine texted me and said, hey, what's going on with you and Stu Durando? I go, I don't really know him, but I subscribe to his Substack. So that's it, because I'm like,
I think
he's the most kind guy.
Yeah.
He was giving us credit because he was saying Josh Schertz told Martin & Co., meaning us.
Because he was quote tweeting you.
Yeah, because I had said Coach will be on, so they quote tweeted me and said Martin & Co., Schertz told him 9 of the 11 guys are coming back, including McCautry and Green and Thames, which is notable.
Yeah.
So
that is.
If you want to change the name of the show, I'm fine with it.
Martin & Co.
You don't have. It sounds like that'll be my political show on Saturdays. Martin & Co.
What was that PBS show? Like the McLaughlin
Group. Yeah.
He would scream at people.
Tony Blankley.
Yeah. BK and Ferraro coming up next. We got to go. Bye.